Chapter 1348, Hunt of the Saint Race. Chapter 1348, Hunt of the Saint Race. Lin Ming felt as if his own mortal body had perished, with nothing but an incomparably clear spiritual sense. He swam through an endless void, and this vast void was filled with countless hollows, each one leading to infinite dimensions. If he was not careful, then he would lose his soul and would be unable to pull himself out. For the consciousness to wander about in such a space was extremely dangerous. But Lin Ming could faintly feel that in some distant space behind him, there was a black sphere that continuously emitted some invisible gravitational force. Because of this force, Lin Ming was able to clearly recognize the direction he needed to go in without fear of becoming lost. This sort of attraction is the black hole seed. Lin Ming's mind immediately flashed back to his black hole seed. As a manifestation of the laws from the concept of the 33-layered heavens, it actually had a function of guiding the process of the body transformation technique. This was because the body transformation technique was also one of the concepts of the 33-layered heavens. With the black hole seed, it was like a beacon signaling to him in a black and boundless sea. As he ran forwards, he searched about, passing through countless wild space flows before faintly making out a gate in the depths of time and space. On top this gate were two white skeletons. The hands of these skeletons each grasped a handle of this gate, keeping it locked tight. This is the Gate of Death. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The Gate of Death was the final of the 8 inner hidden gates, a gate that was located in the spiritual sea. In order to open the Gate of Death, one had to bring the mortal body to the edge of death until there was only the spiritual consciousness remaining. Then, through taking a swim in one's spiritual world, they could feel where the Gate of Death was. This was the so-called nirvana rebirth after annihilation. Lin Ming was well aware that as long as he could open the Gate of Death, he could reach perfection of the 8 inner hidden gates and obtain endless benefits in the future. This would allow him to establish a solid foundation for opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, his thoughts forming a spear in his grip. As he held this spear, he smashed it atop that gate. Bang! The great gate shook. From a tiny gap in the gate, a vast amount of energy poured forth. Lin Ming knew that this energy was called astral essence. This was also the energy that a body transformation martial artist used. It was one of the 3 main origin energies of the universe. Lin Ming took a deep breath and allowed all the astral essence leaking out from the Gate of Death to be sucked into his body. In that moment, the phantom of an azure dragon appeared behind him. Lin Ming simultaneously opened the first 7 of the 8 inner hidden gates. The heretical god force erupted as he transferred all of his strength into a barrage of attacks. Spear after spear came crashing down, with 100 spear strikes coming in an instant. Then, these 100 spear strikes fused together, gathering into the strongest strength. Celestial Tyrant Manual, 100-layered waves. Bang! To use the pure power from body transformation to attack the Gate of Death, at this time, the Gate of Death violently trembled. An increasingly powerful force flowed outwards along with an immeasurably vast amount of astral essence, forming a raging river that poured onto Lin Ming. More and more energy gushed out, becoming increasingly rich. Lin Ming swam within this energy and felt his mortal body that had been filled with the power of death begin to glow once more with the vitality of life. His withered skin and flesh began to burst apart, falling off, revealing newborn flesh. His skeleton also regrew. Although Lin Ming's skeleton had been integrated with the power of a dragon bone, and the power of a dragon bone was indeed wonderful, in the end it wasn't his original strength at all and would cause minor conflicts within his own strength. But now, this strength was also being refined and cast into his new body. At that moment, Lin Ming could feel his mortal body reach unprecedented levels of strength. His entire body began to emit crackling noises, as if a god beast were sealed within him and was trying to burst outwards. Ha! Lin Ming shouted out loud and waved his spear, smashing it once more at the mystical gate in front of him. This time, with a loud explosive sound, the gate completely broke apart. Lin Ming had finally broken through the Gate of Death. Astral essence continued to flood into Lin Ming's body like an endless river. Lin Ming's strength also rapidly rose. In just several breaths of time, His strength broke through 100 million jins and still continued to climb. 110 million, 120 million, 150 million, 180 million, 200 million. With the 8 inner hidden gates having reached perfection, the strength of Lin Ming's body had taken a qualitative leap upwards. 200 million jins was still not his limit. 230 million jins, 250 million jins, all the way to 260 million jins. If Lin Ming were to erupt astral essence from his body, his strength would rise even more. The amount of astral essence within my body has increased by over 100-fold. Although I cultivated the body transformation technique, the astral essence I had was pitifully low. Now that I've opened the gate of death, it actually increased so much. This is simply incredible. Lin Ming muttered. Mo Eversnow continued to explain, Lin Ming, the current divine realm's heavenly Tao laws do not allow the body transformation technique to be cultivated to a high level, and thus astral essence has also been imprisoned. Before now, the cultivation of your body transformation technique was low, but with you having opened the gate of death and reaching perfection of the 8 inner hidden gates, your strength has risen to new heights. At the minimum, you have touched upon the divine realm laws. But the 8 inner hidden gates is only the start. The truly heaven-defying difficulty will now begin as you try to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This step is simply far, far too difficult. Mo Eversnow shook her head as she spoke of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. She didn't know whether or not Lin Ming would be able to take this step in the future. I can slowly approach the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Now that I have opened the 8 gates to perfection, in terms of body transformation technique I should be at the peak in the divine realm. Lin Ming was confident in himself. Before now, the person with the highest boundary in body transformation was Sheku, who had also opened 7 gates. He was the same as Lin Ming's previous state. Miss Mo, let's not delay. Let us leave for the Sky Spill planet as soon as possible. In my current state, I have some grasp of being able to enter the eternal demon abyss. Okay. Mo Eversnow turned into a wisp of spiritual energy that fused back into the world within Lin Ming's magic cube. Lin Ming left the cave dwelling he opened and began to fly towards the lower realm's transmission array. In the blink of an eye he crossed several dozen miles. At this time, a sense of absolute crisis surged in Lin Ming's mind. He could feel that in that instant, his entire body was being seen through by an invisible eye. Lin Ming's entire body turned ice cold. He nervously stopped where he was, carefully looking all around as he took out the Phoenix Blood Spear. Who is it? Hihi, you're quite vigilant. But what a pity, the difference in strength is too great. You are destined to die here today. 1,000 feet in front of Lin Ming, the void was ripped apart as a black-robed man shrouded in dark fog stepped out. He stretched out his long tongue, licking the air as if he were tasting Lin Ming's aura. Truly incredible. It was already a surprise that you killed so many disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands and even obtained the primordial epoch spirit root, but to think you used this to open the gate of death. As for your cultivation, Millimeter, you are at the middle divine sea realm? At this time, Lin Ming was still concealing his appearance. With the cleverness and versatility of the divine dream law, no one could see through Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique unless they were a great world king. Middle divine sea realm? Are you hiding your cultivation? What sort of cultivation disguising technique is this, that even I can't see through? The black-robed man said, greatly interested in Lin Ming. Who are you? Lin Ming's voice was gloomy and dire. Facing this black-robed man, he could feel an enormous sense of danger pressing down on him, making all of his hairs stand on end. This person's cultivation was shrouded in a thick fog. Lin Ming couldn't see what this person's cultivation was or what laws they practiced. He wasn't even able to confirm whether this person was truly a man or a woman. All he felt was an extremely dangerous aura. Lin Ming had never encountered such an unpredictable and elusive enemy before. And, most importantly, just how did this person find him? Before Lin Ming caught the primordial epoch spirit root, he had changed his appearance and even changed his appearance several times after. Moreover, he had escaped extremely far. In this situation, this person had found him? And such a mysterious enemy came from the Skydark Holy Lands. All sorts of ideas raced through Lin Ming's mind. He suddenly realized that the situation in the Skydark Holy Lands wasn't as simple as he first thought. Miss Mo, what is going on here? Did I make a mistake somewhere? I am not sure. If he can find you, it seems as if he's using the mythical karmic techniques. It is said that those supreme elders who cultivated the time laws to an extremely high boundary could calculate the past and predict the future. Predicting the future is just a bedtime story. The future is far too ethereal and winding, and no one can accurately say what will happen. But the past has already occurred, and that is something which is eternally unchanging. In this world, there are indeed some people that can see the past. Millimeter? There is a secret technique like that. Yes, but this person before us might not have used such a technique. There are countless roads to the Great Tao, and innumerable secret techniques that we are not aware of. This person is far too strange, and he even feels like he isn't a human. As Mo Eversnow stated this stunning declaration, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. This person wasn't a human? Were they a monster? Or a demon? Or was it possible they were an unknown alien race? But what was without a doubt was that this person in front of him was extremely strong, and much, much stronger than he was. Just by looking at him being able to tear apart space to appear, that was something far from what Lin Ming could accomplish. That was the void-shifting technique. Let's not bother with some nonsensical banter. I will finish you. Since you ate my primordial epoch spirit root, I will use you to make my medicine instead. The effects shouldn't be much worse. As this black-robed figure spoke, Lin Ming felt all of the space around him suddenly shrink and be isolated. Along with the black-robed figure, he arrived in a separate world devoid of everything but shadows. This was a domain, and also a very powerful domain. Lin Ming and the black-robed man were both completely isolated from the outside world. In this domain, not only would Lin Ming be suppressed, but he wouldn't even be able to escape. This is my eternal demon domain. Once you enter it, you will fall under my control. You can forget ever escaping. The shadowy figure spoke with supreme confidence. He took out a black scroll and slowly unraveled it. On top of this scroll was a drawing of a black and white landscape. A simple stone bridge was in the center of this drawing, appearing extremely mystical. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He didn't wait for this shadowy figure to make his move, instead taking the initiative to attack first. He opened the heretical god force to the limit and also revolved the complete 8 inner hidden gates. The astral essence he just obtained suddenly erupted from his body as he thrust his spear towards that black-robed man. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder and flame crazily twisted together. Heavenly Tao Judgment. Chapter 1349, Jade Slip Incarnation. Chapter 1349, Jade Slip Incarnation. As soon as Lin Ming attacked, it was with one of his ultimate attack. He was well aware that this black-robed man's techniques and status were all mysteries. Disregarding the extreme sense of danger, just this person's ability to tear through the void allowed Lin Ming to guess that this person's strength was at least at the late Divine Lord realm. And in truth, it was likely even higher than that. This opponent was extremely dangerous and also had the intention of killing him. It was impossible for Lin Ming to hold back. Even if he went all out, that still wouldn't be enough. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation fused together in the skies, rumbling through the world. For a time, everything in the heavens turned into a roiling sea of red and purple. As the black-robed man saw this, he was stunned. Could this be? The black-robed man could clearly feel the aura of the heavenly Tao laws coming from this red and purple energy. Adding the sense in front of him, it was exactly the same as the battle array disc he had seen before. Although the black-robed man hadn't been at the Divine Realm First Martial meeting, he had still looked at the complete set of battle array discs. He had a keen understanding of all the styles and techniques that the geniuses in that tournament used. This was because killing these geniuses was the order issued to him by the Saint God, thus he had to thoroughly understand each person. And this move, Heavenly Tao Judgment, was one of the startling and wondrous techniques of the first martial meeting. It wasn't because of its formidable strength, but because it was a technique created by a young genius, And that genius was Lin Ming, a middle divine sea cultivation, heavenly Tao judgment, and a spear as a weapon. You are Lin Ming. The black-robed man's mind shook. At this time, the billowing thunder fire of heavenly Tao judgment had arrived in front of him. Facing this attack, not only was the black-robed man not panicked at all, but he heartily laughed instead. Ha ha ha. Even such a tiny pearl dares to release brilliance. Just get smashed. The black-robed man suddenly raised his scroll, welcoming Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment. Bang! A terrifying explosion recklessly swept outwards. However, the power of this explosion was contained within the black-robed man's eternal demon domain, unable to leak outwards. Finally, it all melted away. Such a simple movement had blocked Lin Ming's all-out attack. And, the scroll in that figure's hand was a treasure of some unknown rank. Although it looked as if it were made of cloth, it had resisted Lin Ming's complete force, and the black-robed figure had seemed relaxed as he did so. Really, you travel so far and wide looking for something only to find it so easily. Lin Ming, I have searched everywhere for you, and you actually delivered yourself to me. I never imagined that you would possess such an exquisite appearance-changing technique, one so perfect that even I cannot recognize you. But even if you change your appearance, it is useless, because you cannot change your techniques. Now, be a good little boy and let me capture you. You should know that I do not fear your strength. I am not afraid to tell you that my strength was originally equal to your kind's world king master. It is only because of various reasons that my strength sharply fell to the divine transformation realm. But now, after several hundred years, I have slowly restored myself back to the Middle Holy Lord realm. To me, a genius like you is nothing but an ant. I can pinch you to death with just my hand. Middle Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming's mind shook. He couldn't even fight with a late divine Lord Master. As for a Middle Holy Lord realm martial artist, that was a character that could easily kill him. Moreover, Lin Ming felt that this black-robed man wasn't exaggerating his strength at all. This meant that there was no possibility of resisting him. However, why would this person's cultivation drop from the World King boundary to the divine transformation realm, and then slowly restore himself to a holy lord? Moreover, he even said your kind's World King master, meaning that he wasn't a human to begin with. Are you from an alien race? Lin Ming calmly and clearly said. This was what Mo Eversnow had already speculated earlier. Hihi, what if I am, and what if I'm not? In any case, you will die no matter what. After I kill you, I will take your flesh and blood to refine a pill. Once I eat that pill, my cultivation will rise to even greater heights. At the same time, I will have earned a great merit by killing you. I will obtain countless rewards, and then I will also explore your soul and obtain all of your secrets, inheriting your treasures and destiny. With all of that and in addition to my talent, I have a chance that in the future, I might even become a divinity. Ha ha ha. Even I can become a divinity. What an honor. The black-robed man laughed as Lin Ming's mind raced. Killing him would be a great merit. What sort of influence would want his life? The Skydark Holy Lands. Lin Ming instantly thought of this but then immediately denied it. It was impossible for this black-robed man to serve Tian Mingzi. At the very least, he wasn't Tian Mingzi's underling. The Skydark Holy Lands were nothing more than a great world king holy land. If this black-robed man really came from the Skydark Holy Lands, then no matter how crazy he was, he still wouldn't say something as ridiculous as becoming a divinity in the future. Even Lin Ming himself wouldn't publicly proclaim he would become a divinity. This person's background must be no trifling matter. Could this be? Lin Ming already had a faint guess as to what was happening. But, this guess made his entire body turn ice cold. A year ago he had listened to Empyrean Divine Dream speak of this matter, but Lin Ming never imagined that events would progress so quickly. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix blood spear and took a deep breath, his eyes locked onto the black-robed man. Within Lin Ming's dark eyes, the vague and mysterious appearance of the black-robed man was clearly reflected. The black-robed man's vision sharpened. He displayed the scroll in his hands. This is the Witch Tomb Demon Scroll, a wondrous item that can even hold a planet. You should feel honored to be able to die underneath this scroll. As the black-robed man spoke, He suddenly raised the black scroll in his hands. For a time, the entire world seemed to be absorbed into this divine scroll. Lin Ming activated the black hole seed in his body, relying on his black hole seed's domain to protect his own mind. He shook, as if he were about to be sucked into this witch tomb demon scroll at any moment. Lin Ming didn't panic. Instead, his eyes blazed as he glared at the black-robed man in front of him. He loudly shouted out, "I know who you are. You are a saint, one of the saint race that comes from outside the divine realm, someone that stems from one of the other 33 layered heavens. The reason you dropped to the divine transformation realm was because you passed through the barrier walls that divide the realms with some sort of arcane ability that caused your cultivation to drop." Lin Ming's voice was loud and resonant, with harsh and short syllables. The black-robed man stiffened for a moment, revealing a surprised expression. However, the black-robed man chuckled, appearing as if he didn't care much for Lin Ming's speculations. "Believe as you like. You'll be nothing but a confused ghost in the end." As the black-robed man spoke, he thrust the witch tomb demon scroll at Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming's expression was filled with ice-cold decisiveness. He took out a jade slip from his spatial ring. This jade slip shimmered, as if it were carved from the purest ice crystal. Impressively, the aura of Empyrean Divine Dream was sealed within it. Before Lin Ming left Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Granny Mirage had given him a spatial ring. This was something that Empyrean Divine Dream left to him. Inside the ring was only a single jade slip. This jade slip was a special talisman that Empyrean Divine Dream gave to Lin Ming, and that could only be used once. Lin Ming never imagined he would have to use it so soon. Could Empyrean Divine Dream have already cultivated to the legendary boundary of being able to faintly foresee the future and avoid disasters? Did she give him this talisman to prevent some inevitable accident from occurring? Lin Ming didn't have time to think such fanciful thoughts. He directly threw the jade slip upwards. In the air, this jade slip suddenly transformed into the phantom of a woman. This phantom shared some similarities with Empyrean Divine Dream. This jade slip, in essence, was refined from a single petal of the divine lotus flower that Empyrean Divine Dream sat upon. She fused 300 years of her cultivation and a trace of her life origin energy into this to create an incarnation. Although this was an incarnation, because Empyrean Divine Dream was closed up in seclusion helping Frost Dream break through to the divine transformation realm, this wisp of an incarnation no longer had any connection to Empyrean Divine Dream. It was not under the direction of Empyrean Divine Dream. Once this battle was over, it would naturally fade away. Because of this incarnation's attainments in laws were limited. Even so, this was an incarnation created by an extreme character like Empyrean Divine Dream. How could a saint that was merely equal to a human middle holy lord martial artist possibly resist it? In the moment that Divine Dream's incarnation appeared, the black-robed man's mind quaked. His originally insolent and diabolical smile froze on his face, slowly dimming down as his complexion turned ashen. This is an Empyrean incarnation. There was an Empyrean that actually refined an incarnation for you. The black-robed man was extremely horrified. He froze for a brief moment before spinning around and running away. But at this moment, a faintly ethereal aura beyond all description came surging outwards. Waves of tumbling smoke appeared with auspicious bursts of divine light shining all over like a fantastical illusion, covering the entire surrounding space. These rays of light were like the sharpest swords, instantly tearing apart the eternal demon domain. Afterwards, the entirety of the skies were filled with the tune of heavenly music. This song made one feel drunk and mesmerized, forgetting who they were as they basked in euphoria. This was the Dream Soul immortal melody. This was the divine song that Frost Dream had played atop the stage of the Divine Realm first martial meeting. Clothed in the purest white dress, Divine Dream was the absolute ruler of this space. Although this phantom was only her incarnation, the pressure she released was indescribable. Even Lin Ming, who had been the one to use the jade slip, was alarmed and fearful, much less the black-robed man who was withstanding the full force of this attack. Divine Dream's eyes locked onto the black-robed man. Lin Ming is someone that is under my protection. Since you dare attempt to kill him, in the myriad heavens and countless worlds, there is no one that can save you. Divine Dream's voice faintly contained the majesty of the great Tao, spreading through the void. In that moment, her words were like the will of a divine god. In Lin Ming's impression, Divine Dream was gentle, kind, and mysterious. Usually, Divine Dream restrained her aura, something that made her seem like a mortal woman. Lin Ming had never been exposed to Empyrean Divine Dream's dignified side before. Now, with her invincible divine might revealed, it was impossible for anyone to have a single thought of resisting her, even if she were only an incarnation. At that moment, Divine Dream moved. All of the space within 100 miles froze. Time came to a standstill and even thoughts were frozen. Divine Dream's strength gathered, forming a divine sword that chopped downward. An absolutely vast power covered the entire area for 100 miles. With the suppression of the Divine Dream space added on, this attack was unavoidable. The black-robed man desperately howled. He grasped the Witch Tomb Demon Scroll and brought it smashing into that sword. Ca. With a light sound, that Witch Tomb Demon Scroll was pierced through by Divine Dream's sword. Then, that sword continued thrusting into the black-robed man's head, cutting down at his spiritual sea. The black-robed man's body shook. His gaze froze and he stood motionless. His eyes lost focus and turned dull. Lin Ming was 1,000 feet away. With his understanding of the Divine Dream lore, he had been able to see what had happened. Divine Dream's sword hadn't destroyed the Witch Tomb Demon Scroll nor had it injured the black-robed man's body. Rather, it had penetrated past his mortal shell and sundered his soul in half. This was a truly terrifying attack. Chapter 1350 Chased by Tian Mingzi. Chapter 1350 Chased by Tian Mingzi. The black-robed man's body fell down. The eternal demon domain he formed also completely disintegrated, vanishing into nothing. Instantly killed with a single sword strike? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of air. Empyrean Divine Dream was far too strong. Just a wisp of her incarnation was able to instantly kill the mysterious black-robed man without the least bit of difficulty. Her enemy wasn't even given the ability to resist. With a thought, Lin Ming put away the black-robed man's body. This corpse likely involved many secrets. Lin Ming naturally couldn't leave it be. Lin Ming respectfully bowed towards Divine Dream's phantom, saying, "I thank Empyrean Divine Dream for this life-saving graciousness. This junior will etch this favor in his mind. There is no need to be so formal. The strength saved within this incarnation can only be used for a single strike. Afterwards, it will collapse and fade away. Your growth is destined to withstand countless tribulations and trials. It is impossible for me to help you through all of them. Your future must rely on your own efforts." As Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, the phantom violently shook, finally turning into a wisp of Divine Dream energy that scattered into the wind, leaving behind nothing but a single crystal-clear flower petal that gently wafted down. Lin Ming caught this flower petal in his hands. He only felt as if he had grabbed an ice crystal, translucent and shimmering, cold to the bone. Empyrean Divine Dream's incarnation had disappeared far too quickly. As for Lin Ming's speculations, he had no time to speak them to Empyrean Divine Dream. But in truth, this wouldn't necessarily have been useful. Empyrean Divine Dream's main body was deep in seclusion and had already cut off contact with this incarnation. "Time is of the essence. We must leave," Mo Eversnow said. "I got it." Without pause, Lin Ming directly launched his movement technique, flying towards the lower realm's transmission array. In the brief moment when Empyrean Divine Dream appeared, he was unable to see through the black-robed man's true identity. If he really was from the saint race, then that was truly dangerous. His whereabouts had already been exposed, and not only had the black-robed man not managed to kill him, but he was killed in return. Once the saint race discovered this, they would likely hunt him down to eliminate all potential informant. With Lin Ming's current condition, wanting to resist the saint race was like an ant facing an elephant. Lin Ming's suspicions were correct. However, the one who wanted to kill him was not the saint race, but Tian Mingzi. Ka. With the sound of cracking jade, Tian Mingzi watched as a jade slip with a demon king mark cracked in half not too far away from him. Millimeter. Tian Mingzi was shocked. Black Demon died. No one was clearer than Tian Mingzi on who the black-robed man was. He was one of the spies that the saint race had sent to infiltrate the divine realm at a great cost. His status was incomparably sensitive. If certain people learned that Tian Mingzi was cooperating with the saint race, he would die without a grave. This was a crime that would bring the judgment of the universe down on him. Tian Mingzi simply couldn't afford this. And if the black-robed man died, then there was an extremely high chance that his status had been exposed. Tian Mingzi's complexion turned incomparably gloomy. He closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. He originally thought that with the black-robed man's strength, he alone would be enough to end the battle. He never imagined that such an incident would occur. Could that youth who obtained the primordial epoch spirit root have some great figure standing behind them? Otherwise, with the black-robed man's strength, it was impossible for him to be killed. Tian Mingzi hesitated for a moment. If there truly was a top master standing behind this youth, then he might not necessarily be able to deal with him. I must take the risk. If I don't take action now and this secret is revealed, then it will be difficult for me to take shelter anywhere in the divine realm. Tian Mingzi decided to move. The black-robed man was too important. He needed to silence all witnesses and bury his crimes. Otherwise, his only choice would be to abandon the foundation he had been laying down on the Demon Dawn Great World for the last 50,000 years. With a hand tearing through the fabric of space, Tian Mingzi grasped his devil sword and stepped into the void. This sword was 8 feet long, longer than the height of an adult male. The sword edge was cold and keen, with the design of a vicious demon engraved on it. It looked incomparably dreadful. In just several dozen breaths of time, Tian Mingzi passed through a space-time door to an area thousands of miles away. Space shifting wasn't something that could be instantly done, but required some time. Moreover, the area Lin Ming was at was not the central mainland of Demon Dawn Great World, but a distant star called Skybreak Planet. Tian Mingzi knew the location of this planet. But, to accurately find where the black-robed man died would take some time. In the quiet skies, layers of clouds hung low to the earth. Strong winds billowed, as if a heavy deluge were about to pour down. In the area that Lin Ming had already departed from, a black sword cut through the void, tearing apart the surrounding space. A man in black suddenly stepped out. This person was Tian Mingzi. Origin energy fluctuations still remained in the skies. Tian Mingzi could clearly feel the aura that the black-robed man left behind. He really died, even his corpse is gone. The disappearance of the corpse left Tian Mingzi feeling even more restless. He let out a long breath, his complexion still gloomy and dim. There is the aura of Black Demon, the aura of the youth who captured the primordial epoch spirit root, and also the aura of a master, but that has already faded away. This feeling, could it be an incarnation? Tian Mingzi wasn't a stranger to incarnations. Some top masters would occasionally create incarnations to protect their descendants, but creating one cost a certain amount of their cultivation. Normally, they wouldn't be freely manufactured. An incarnation would consume at least several hundred years of cultivation, and it would also disappear after a single use. Thus, those juniors that could obtain an incarnation created by a master were definitely of a high status. Tian Mingzi couldn't help but reconsider Lin Ming's status and background. Less than 60 years of age, and can kill 6 Divine Lord powerhouse. It's reasonable for him to come from a large influence, and likely even one greater than the Skydark Holy Lands. If this was just the matter of the primordial epoch spirit root, then I wouldn't pursue this matter against such an influence. But now, since it involves the saints, I have no choice but to slay everyone involved, no matter what troubles I must incur. Luckily, this top master only sent out an incarnation and not their true self, thus giving me the chance to kill those involved. Tian Mingzi closed his eyes. In that moment, he seemed to blend together with the world, becoming one. Omniscience, lucidity, art. Tian Mingzi's sense swept out like a tide. In that moment, everything within 1,000 miles fell into Tian Mingzi's vision, continuing to expand. In an open mountain valley, there was a giant white altar. This altar was 50 miles wide. A mortal horse would have to gallop for hours to run a circle around it. This altar was the Skybreak world's lower realms transmission array. The altar belonged to a local 8th grade sect of Skybreak planet, the Skybreak sect. For a sect to be named after the planet, this meant that this Skybreak sect was the #1 sect of this planet. All right, you will soon pass through the void. Let me warn you in advance that during the transmission process you will encounter all sorts of dangerous space turbulence. This is an extremely risky endeavor. If you are to die at that time, then don't blame us, you can only blame yourself for being weak. Are we clear? On the altar, an elder of the Skybreak sect traced his beard as he spoke. There were 7 or 8 martial artists standing in front of him, most of them at the Divine Lord realm as well as 2 at the Divine Transformation realm. The worst one was Lin Ming, he was only at the Middle Divine Sea. This Skybreak sect elder's words were mostly meant for Lin Ming. To fly from the Divine realm to the lower realms was far more dangerous than flying from the lower realms to the Divine realm. This was because the space of the Divine realm was incomparably vast, and it was also like a beacon that exuded a faint guiding strength of the heavenly Tao laws. For a martial artist to fly from the lower realms to the Divine realm was far smoother. But to return to the lower realms was to go against this strength, like swimming against a rapid current. There were many dangers involved. In the eyes of this Skybreak sect elder, for a Divine Sea realm martial artist to return to the lower realms, there would be 9 chances of dying and 1 chance of living. However, Lin Ming had already paid double the amount of violet sun crystals, and the Skybreak sect elder certainly wouldn't reject such a rich offer. To say it plainly, whether Lin Ming lived or died wasn't his problem at all. All that mattered was that he had his fee of violet sun crystals in hand. We understand, just hurry up. Many people were in a hurry. There were many matters they had to process in the lower realms, and they weren't interested in listening to the nonsense of this old man. Millimeter, then I wish you a safe and successful journey. The Skybreak sect elder slowly went to start the transmission array. As Lin Ming stood atop the altar, he let out a long breath. He was about to leave Demon Dawn Great World. Once he did, there would be far fewer troubles. The Sky Spill planet could guarantee him absolute safety. And once he returned to the Divine Realm, he could find a safe area and hide his identity while he looked for a chance to report his findings to Empyrean Divine Dream. Whether or not his guesses had been right, whether or not Empyrean Divine Dream believed him, or whether Tian Mingzi was connected to this matter at all, the likely outcome was that Tian Mingzi would inevitably be focused on by Empyrean Divine Dream. At that time, his days would not pass peacefully. Once that happened, Tian Mingzi would no longer have the chance to move against him. In fact, if Lin Ming's speculations about Tian Mingzi were correct, Tian Mingzi would simply be killed off. As the transmission array was just about to start, Lin Ming suddenly felt his mind turn cold. A terrifying sense dropped down from the skies, sweeping over his body. This sense was like the gaze of a devil, clearly observing him from head to toe without missing the slightest detail. Damn! Lin Ming was very clear that the person who sent out such a terrifying sense was definitely a Great World King level character. In other words, the true master of the Skydark Holy Lands, Tian Mingzi. His coming, this is too fast. Lin Ming's appearance-changing technique wasn't cultivated to a high enough level. Although he could change his appearance, he couldn't yet change his aura. When he killed the black-robed man, he would inevitably have left his aura in that area. Moreover, his cultivation was clearly at the Middle Divine Sea realm. This wasn't something he could conceal. If a Middle Divine Sea martial artist was going to the lower realms, their goal was likely to flee. With all of this combined together, in addition to the fact that the transmission array wasn't too far off, Tian Mingzi had definitely discovered him. Lin Ming felt as if his body had dropped into an ice bath. Quick! Hurry up! Lin Ming shouted in his heart. At this time, he didn't possess Empyrean Divine Dream's Jade Slip anymore. If Tian Mingzi caught up to him, all that awaited him was death. That Skybreak sect elder was slowly putting violet sun crystals into the transmission array. As Lin Ming saw this, he really wanted to take his spear and stab the old man in the face. However, the Skybreak sect elder finally placed down all of the violet sun crystals. But, just as he was about to start the transmission array, a voice sounded out in his mind. Stop. Chapter 1351, Forcing Through the Void. Chapter 1351, Forcing Through the Void. The sudden voice startled the Skybreak sect elder. He simply didn't know where this voice was coming from. Who is it? I am the Great World King of the Demon Dawn Great World. Immediately stop the revolution of the transmission array. Tianming's voice seemed as if it passed through layers and layers of the void, directly entering the spiritual sea of the Skybreak sect elder. This is I. The Skybreak sect elder was dumbfounded. The Demon Dawn Great World's Great World King, to him, that was an utterly legendary character. Although he didn't know whether this was true or false, from just this terrifying pressure alone, it was absolutely a top master. How could he dare to ignore the order of such a master? The Skybreak sect elder immediately stopped the activation of the transmission array. As Lin Ming saw this, his complexion changed. The Skybreak sect elder glared at Lin Ming, simply not bothering to explain anything to him. If he told others that he had stopped just because someone ordered him to, that would be a tremendous loss of face. In any case, he simply didn't care about a junior like Lin Ming. Lin Ming grimaced. He was aware that Tianming's long-distance sound transmission had reached this Skybreak sect elder. With Tianming's methods, from where he was to here, he might need just 10 breaths of time to cross the void and arrive. It might even be less than that. In other words, he had less than 10 breaths of time to escape here. With so little time, Lin Ming wouldn't waste his time trying to persuade this old man to open the transmission array. And even if he tried, this old man definitely wouldn't listen to him. One didn't need to be a genius to know whether someone would listen to the words of a Great World King or a middle Divine Sea Realm boy. Whoosh! The Phoenix Blood Spear leapt into Lin Ming's hand. In an instant, Lin Ming opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates and released the heretical god force to the limit. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of the heretical god tree began to appear. He only had 10 breaths of time. In 10 breaths of time, he had to defeat this Skybreak sect elder and forcefully activate the transmission array. As for this Skybreak sect elder, although his foundation was a mess beyond wobbly, for better or worse he was still a Divine Lord Realm Master. Lin Ming had to invest his all-out strength in this attack. The sudden change caused all the nearby martial artists to be surprised. This young man, just what sort of mental illness did he have? Brat, what are you doing? Shit, you're crazy, stop scaring us all. A divine transformation realm martial artist cursed. However, his voice slowly faded away. Was this terrifying aura really something that a divine sea realm martial artist could release? And this solid foundation, this deep and vast true essence, this was definitely an unrivaled genius amongst divine sea realm martial artist. Everyone looked at Lin Ming, even the Skybreak sect Divine Lord Elder was shocked. This brat, could he actually be attacking him and thinking of forcefully opening the transmission array? A middle Divine Sea boy actually dared to attack him? Was he crazy? Ha! Lin Ming roared, not holding anything back. His spear suddenly thrust forwards. From within his inner world, the black hole seed was shot out directly. Eternal darkness. A black hole dark star of the universe was able to attract all matter and was heavy to an incredible degree. If a sun were struck by a black hole, that sun would be completely destroyed. Destroying a planet was something an Empyrean could achieve. But as for destroying a sun, that was something only a true divinity could accomplish. Moreover, that was only a possibility. Lin Ming's black hole seed hurtled towards the Skybreak sect elder. Since you want to die so badly, let me help you along. The Skybreak sect elder wasn't an idiot. Tianmingzi had sent him a long-distance sound transmission and ordered him to stop this transmission array, and then this youth had attacked him, wanting to forcefully activate the array. It was clear that Tianmingzi was coming for this youth, to capture or even kill him. The Skybreak sect elder didn't know why Lin Ming was being chased by Tianmingzi, nor did he know how Lin Ming had escaped Tianmingzi's grasp and was just a step away from fleeing to the lower realms. But what he was absolutely clear on was that if he weren't attending this transmission array today, then this boy really might have run away. This was a golden opportunity for him to perform a valuable service. Just what sort of character was Tianmingzi? Within the entire Demon Dawn Great World, besides Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace, He was the sovereign king of this world. A normal holy lord of a holy land wouldn't have the chance to see Tianmingzi. If he could help him with something, then that would definitely be a great benefit to him. He didn't think that he would be able to rely on this favor to break through into the Holy Lord realm, but he would at least be able to live for several thousand years longer. How could he refuse such a wonderful thing? Moreover, Lin Ming was extremely young. Although his aura was powerful and he seemed to be an unrivaled genius, the difference in cultivation was simply too great. To block him was a piece of cake. This was nothing but a giant meat pie that had fallen from the skies. He wildly laughed. Ha 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 ha. A little bead like you actually dares to struggle with the splendor of the sun and moon. 7-star battle revolution. Behind the Skybreak sect elder, 7 stars immediately appeared. These 7 stars arranged themselves into the shape of the compass. With the 7 stars shining, the old man's aura began to quietly rise, as if he were absorbing power from the starlight of the highest heavens. A cyan sword leapt into the Skybreak sect elder's hand. All of the starlight completely gathered onto the blade of the sword. This sword is called 7 stars. With a cut of this sword, stars revolve and seasons change. The cyan sword swung out, gathering the power of the 7 stars and brightly shining atop Lin Ming's black hole seed. But in that moment, a brutal and crazy vortex of energy appeared around the black hole seed. That power of starlight was twisted to pieces by this strength before being swallowed. The black hole seed tore through the endless starlight before crashing into the Skybreak sect elder. What? The Skybreak elder was shocked. One of his greatest finishing moves was broken so easily. How could this be? He rapidly drew backwards, a curtain of blazing blue starlight appearing around him. This was clearly his protective technique. However, underneath Lin Ming's attack, this defense simply had no ability to resist. It was helplessly twisted apart and swallowed up by the black hole seed. All energy, all matter, nothing could stop the swallowing of the black hole seed. Ka. As the curtain of starlight was twisted apart, the Skybreak elder put forth his final strength and slashed his sword down on the black hole seed. A powerful backlash rolled upwards, causing the Skybreak elder to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward. As the other martial artists in the transmission array saw this, all of their eyes went as wide as goggles, none of them able to speak. Was this young man really just a divine sea realm martial artist? Some people even suspected that Lin Ming was hiding his cultivation. But as they looked at his attacks and the aura he used, he truly seemed like a middle divine sea realm martial artist. Without enough time to respond, Lin Ming's figure had already flashed and appeared near the transmission array. He pulled out 3 9-sun jades from his spatial ring, stimulating their energy to the limit, hastily pouring all of it into the transmission array. Hoo. Underneath the massive influx of energy, the transmission array wildly revolved, seeming as if it would explode soon. As the martial artists on the altar saw this, their hearts went cold. In order to speed up the transmission array, this young man had overloaded it past its limits. This was simply a death wish. To descend from the divine realm to the lower realms through a transmission array was filled with incomparable dangers. Even in a well-ordered and meticulous transmission array, there was already a chance that an accident would occur, much less with a transmission array that was going haywire like this. Not only would the space storms be more violent and turbulent, but if the transmission array was destroyed, the person still inside would truly die without a grave. He's insane. Let's leave. I don't want to get caught up in this mess and die with him. The other martial artists weren't sure what was happening. They simply didn't even know why Lin Ming had fought the Skybreak sect elder and why he was going so crazy. None of them wanted to mess with this rabid dog. Then, the 7 or 8 martial artists all flew down from the transmission array. This was even better for Lin Ming. Like this, he could save more time. Lin Ming stepped onto the transmission array and a boundless energy erupted. A divine light shot into the sky, piercing through the void. Lin Ming shot upwards, entering the infinitely turbulent space flows. Just 5 breaths of time after Lin Ming escaped into the transmission array, a long black sword stabbed through the void, forming a door in space. The black-clothed Tianmingzi appeared, like the arrival of a Death Reaper. As Tianmingzi appeared, All of those martial artists that planned to go to the lower realms were shocked silly. Who was this? Why was his aura so formidable? Facing Tian Mingzi, they even found it difficult to breathe. The pressure he gave off was simply too great. Tian Mingzi didn't bother with these people. He looked towards the transmission array that was still shining with light, and then his face turned colder than absolute zero. You think you can escape me by entering the transmission array? Tian Mingzi subconsciously clenched his fists as if he wanted to crush Lin Ming's bones within them. If you ran away in such a hurry, then the incarnation that expert gave you must only be able to be used once. If so, then there's nothing for me to be cautious about. Tian Mingzi closed his eyes, his sense sweeping through the runes that were still swirling around the transmission array. These runes were solved by Tian Mingzi, one at a time. The Skydark Holy Land's inheritances in the space and time laws were extremely profound. Just Nether Limitless himself was able to form 4 spatial mirror image avatars. And as Nether Limitless teacher, Tian Mingzi's comprehension of the space laws had reached an unbelievable level. He thrust out his palms, grasping the void above the transmission array. A deep and vast energy surged out from his body and raced into the turbulent space flows. This energy formed a massive hand in the turbulent space flows before coming hurtling forward. Tian Mingzi's actions weren't conventional by any standard. If he were to forcefully tear apart the void to enter and not open a proper spatial channel through a transmission array, he would inevitably encounter the sweeping strength of the space storm. This power of space was something that not even a great world king could live through. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The crazy and brutal space storm tore into that black hand, constantly wearing it down and weakening it. A spatial transmission from the divine realm to the lower realms reached unimaginable speeds in just 5 breaths of time. Lin Ming had already flown out to the far-off distance. Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi is reaching across the void to attack you. Mo Eversnow's voice boomed in Lin Ming's mind. What? Lin Ming's mind shook. Tian Mingzi had already reached such a degree? He actually possessed the ability to attack him while he was in a transmission array? Lin Ming turned around to see a massive black hand chasing straight after him from a distant part of the spatial channel. This black hand broke through the barriers of countless space storms, but its strength was also constantly being weakened. Chapter 1352, Identity Exposed. Chapter 1352, Identity Exposed. Tian Mingzi was already a Great World King powerhouse, and a peak Great World King master at that. He was very close to becoming a half-step Empyrean. Such a character had an immeasurable disparity with Lin Ming. His attack could instantly turn Lin Ming into smoke and ash. Lin Ming, be careful. Mo Eversnow anxiously said. At this time, behind Lin Ming, that great hand was roiling forwards with the sound of rumbling thunder, rapidly rushing ahead. Facing this massive hand, Lin Ming was like a tiny bird flying away from an avalanche. He was simply nothing at all. He absolutely could not contend with this. Lin Ming was crystal clear that trying to block this attack with his own strength was impossible. That meant that the only path he had left was to allow the surrounding space storms destroy it. Even the strength of a Great World King didn't reach the level of ignoring the rules of space. Lin Ming took a deep breath as energy erupted from his body once more. He suddenly changed directions, flushing towards an area of incomparably chaotic space turbulence. In that moment, even the usually calm Mo Eversnow paled. In the chaos of the vast space channel, an endless power of space formed massive violent space currents that were trillions of miles long. These tremendous currents lay far in the distance, like the swirling arms of a galaxy. Once one entered these unimaginable space currents, they would encounter the endless crazy power of infinite space storms cutting upon them like unlimited blades. This force could even cut a planet to pieces. Just how dangerous was it to break into these turbulent space flows? With Lin Ming's strength, a single misstep would leave him beyond redemption. Mo Eversnow's eyes sharpened. Without the slightest sound, she fused her divine soul with Lin Ming's body, using her comprehension of space laws to help Lin Ming avoid any mistakes to the best of her ability. To pass through this turbulent space flow was like a mortal walking across a steel wire suspended high in the air. They could have successfully passed it 1,000 times, but they weren't even allowed to make a single mistake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying current fell on top of Lin Ming. The speed of this turbulence reached unimaginable degrees, its impact causing space to violently shake. This sort of shaking could easily shatter a mountain range. At that moment, Lin Ming felt a powerful force attacking his insides, as if it wanted to rip his body to pieces. This was not a frontal attack, but only a slight scratch. Even so, this sort of impact could even exterminate an ordinary divine lord powerhouse. Peng! Lin Ming's protective true essence shattered like a glass wall being struck by a giant steel ball. Gate of Death, open. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth and directly opened the Gate of Death. The Gate of Death was located in Lin Ming's spiritual sea and was like a valve. Once the Gate of Death opened, all of Lin Ming's astral essence would flood out, erupting with an amount 100 times greater. Lin Ming currently only had true essence. But with true essence and astral essence fusing into his body now, the intensity and strength of his body instantly rose to incredible heights. By relying on his formidable mortal body, he forcefully withstood the impact from the power of space. Roar! With the resonant cry of a dragon, the phantom of a true dragon appeared behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming was like an azure dragon swimming through the wild seas, rapidly soaring through the world. Putting aside Mo Evers now, just Lin Ming himself had an incredibly high understanding into the space laws. Empyrean Divine Seal was someone who reached large success in the space and time laws. The essence of his primal chaos black hole was to seal away even gods into a singularity of space and time, reaching the boundary of an eternal seal. During Lin Ming's year-and-a-half deep sleep in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, his space and time laws had reached perfection of the fifth-level concept. Cross the void. Seeing a giant space current fall onto him like an endless river, Lin Ming forcefully twisted his body and abruptly passed through a gap in this space current. The massive backlash caused Lin Ming's body to shake as he spat out a mouthful of blood. And after that was the giant hand Tian Mingzi had sent out. At this time, this hand was already trillions upon trillions of miles away from Tian Mingzi. No matter how powerful or skilled Tian Mingzi was, or how high his comprehension of the space laws was, it was impossible for him to manipulate this hand to nimbly avoid the space storms. Bang! A space storm collided with the giant hand. Against this force that could instantly smash apart 1,000,000 mountain ranges, even a great world king wasn't able to withstand this. Luckily, Tian Mingzi already had some response. However, there was not enough time. With a terrifying explosive sound, this hand was torn in half. Energy crazily vented outwards. The massive hand violently shook before suddenly dimming down. Immeasurably far away, Tian Mingzi shook and his complexion paled. His right hand trembled as if a snake had bitten it and a trace of blood flowed down from his fingertips. All of this fell into the eyes of the surrounding people. They looked at Tian Mingzi, disbelief thick in their eyes. Such a great person was actually injured. How had he been injured? Although these people didn't know what his status was, they knew that he was undoubtedly a world king-level powerhouse. This pressure they felt could not be wrong. If such a person were to rush here all in order to capture a junior who fled through a transmission array, by all reasoning that should be easy, so how could he have been injured? Before they could react, Tian Mingzi's body shook once more. At that moment, blood vessels burst open on his hand as blood spewed out. The true essence hand he sent out had struck a space current a second time. That half-remaining energy was also completely torn apart. At this time, within the space channel, Lin Ming had completely rid himself of Tian Mingzi's giant hand. The terrifying explosion of energy was like endless fireworks that detonated behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in thunder and flame, like a meteor in the deep night. Wrapped in this fiery flame and lightning, he rushed out from the space storm. He had escaped. Lin Ming's entire body was covered in blood and he didn't relax in the slightest. Although he had escaped Tian Mingzi's chase so far, he had penetrated into a space storm to do so. If he wanted to return to his original space tunnel, he would have to pay a considerable price. At this time, because Lin Ming had repeatedly passed through gaps in the space storm and was also affected by the exploding energies, his organs had been tremendously injured. If it weren't for the support of his body transformation technique, he would have been grievously wounded and vomiting blood. If he lost his combat strength in this space storm, his fate could be imagined. In crossing the void this time, you still have to continue onwards for several hours. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Eversnow spoke out. She had experience going to the lower realms from the divine realm. That's a long time. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and swallowed down a pill. Even if Tian Mingzi wasn't chasing him, this would still be a difficult struggle. On Skybreak Planet, Tian Mingzi looked at his injured hand. His hand had been as beautiful and clear as the finest jade, but now many blood vessels had ruptured, causing blood to leak out. His hand now seemed a bit disturbing and gloomy. At this time, Tian Mingzi coldly sneered. He coldly spat out a single word, "Good." This caused everyone to be even more confused. All of them fell into a silent panic, too afraid to say a single word. What a young hero. You risk the dangers of the violent space turbulence to avoid me chasing you. Your actions are truly bold and courageous, but this makes me even more unable to let you go. Tian Mingzi lifted his hand. Without knowing whether this was happiness or anger, everyone in the surroundings began to retreat backwards. They could feel Tian Mingzi emitting a faint killing intent. "You," Tian Mingzi darkly said. With a wave of his right hand, the body of the severely wounded Skybreak sect elder flew into Tian Mingzi's grasp, held by the throat. In that instant, the Skybreak sect elder's face turned ashen. "Forgive me, Senior Skydark World King, please calm your anger. This lowly fool is useless and was unable to stop him. I contributed as much as I could." The old man quickly explained. He could also feel the killing intent rolling off from Tian Mingzi. With Tian Mingzi's status, killing him was the same as killing an ant. Skydark World King. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked as they heard the old man speak this name. They had originally guessed that Tian Mingzi was a World King level character, but they never thought he would turn out to be the Great World King of the Demon Dawn Great World. Looking at the entire divine realm, Tian Mingzi was a peak World King existence. Such a character was absolutely not a figure that people of their status could ever come into contact with. Looking at the Skybreak sect elder, Tian Mingzi smiled, happily saying, "I know you made a contribution, but I want you to make one more. I want information on that youth." Yes, I will tell you." The Skybreak sect elder hastily nodded, his voice trembling. But before he could continue speaking, he felt Tian Mingzi's hand tighten on his neck. With a severe pain transmitting through his body, there was a light cracking sound as his spine was shattered by Tian Mingzi. "There is no need for you to speak. I will examine you myself." Still smiling, Tian Mingzi's soul force broke into the Skybreak sect elder's spiritual sea, brutally scanning through the old man's memories. Soul-searching technique. The information that could be described with words was limited in the end. It naturally couldn't compare to the nuanced detail from a soul search. But as Tian Mingzi saw Lin Ming's fight with the old man from before he forcefully entered the void, he was suddenly shocked. The move that Lin Ming used, Eternal Darkness, how could Tian Mingzi not know what that was? He had watched the entire Divine Realm First Martial Meeting finals with his own eyes. Middle Divine Sea Realm Cultivation, that strange energy black hole, a spear-using martial artist, how could this be? Tian Mingzi's blood-red pupils flashed with a brilliant light. He is Lin Ming. Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi's eyebrows shot up. Lin Ming's status was special. If he wanted to kill Lin Ming, he would definitely arouse a great deal of trouble. Once his role in that was revealed, that too was something he wouldn't be able to shoulder. Moreover, because of the Saint Race's orders, he had planned to make his move in secret. But now, the entire situation had become a chaotic mess. The Saint Race spy had actually been killed by Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi didn't know whether or not Lin Ming realized the status of the Saint Race spy he killed, but what he was absolutely sure of was that the corpse of that spy was taken away by Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming gave this corpse to Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Vast Universe, the consequences would be dire. I have to kill Lin Ming. This thought flashed through Tian Mingzi's mind. And, the moment that Lin Ming reached the lower realms was the best chance for Tian Mingzi to attack. Chapter 1353, Sky Spill Planet. Chapter 1353, Sky Spill Planet. Sky. Skydark World King, you. Near Skybreak Sect's transmission array, there were several Skybreak Sect disciples as well as the 7 or 8 martial artists waiting for the transmission array. They had all borne witness to Tian Mingzi killing the Skybreak Sect elder and then searching his soul. At this time, they were all horrified. In their eyes, Tian Mingzi was nothing but a cruel and malicious demon, someone who killed without batting an eye, and doing so without rhyme or reason. Tian Mingzi looked at everyone around him, his complexion indifferent as he said, "I'm sorry. You have all seen something you shouldn't have." Tian Mingzi chasing after Lin Ming was an extremely important matter. If this was revealed, he would definitely be embroiled in a great deal of trouble. If they investigated into this, they would likely uncover his collusion with the saints. If this happened, then he would die without a doubt. Tian Mingzi naturally wouldn't allow something like this to happen. Even if these people around him didn't know of Lin Ming's status, he still wouldn't allow any of them to remain alive. You. Hearing Tian Mingzi's words, everyone turned pale. Although martial artists were strong, that didn't necessarily mean they were brave. When facing death, they were even more afraid, because compared to a mortal, their lives were much more wonderful and long. Run! Several martial artists cried out in panic, immediately turning tail to escape. They all used their ultimate trump cards. Some used mystical escape talismans and some even burnt their blood essence. Without regard to the cost, they desperately tried to flee. All of them escaped in different directions. But in the face of a great world king, there was simply no chance for any of them to escape. If you wish to blame something, blame your luck for being bad. In that moment, Tian Mingzi's aura erupted as he shot out hundreds of black energy swords. The speed of these energy swords was fast beyond belief. The dozen-plus people around the transmission array were all instantly pierced through by these energy swords, cut into countless pieces of meat. These dozen-plus people all died on the spot. Blood rained down along with bits and pieces of flesh. Tian Mingzi stood in this rain of blood, his body emitting an invisible force field. As these drops of blood and flesh approached him, they were automatically pushed aside. At this time, Tian Mingzi was wearing a voluminous black robe. His face was pale white and his eyes were a deep scarlet red. When looking upon him in this hail of blood, he resembled a demon amongst demons. This is truly a shameful matter. I want to kill Lin Ming, but I can't even sense him when he knocks on my gate. Not just that, but he stole the primordial epoch spirit root, and even my alliance with the saint race was discovered by him. Tian Mingzi mumbled to himself. At this time, some people on the planet noticed something unusual occurring. What's going on? Are people fighting? Tian Mingzi's vision turned icy and he coldly snorted. A monstrous demonic energy surged forth from his body, soaring into the skies and causing dark billowing clouds to appear. These dark clouds were heavy and gloomy, as if infinite demons were gathered within them. Heaven and earth origin energy roared. Strong winds recklessly surged, like an apocalyptic scene. What? Heaven and earth origin energy is being stirred up. Skybreak Sect's martial artists were startled. This wasn't a natural occurrence. As they were about to fly out and investigate, at this time, an invisible space covered all of them, enveloping the entirety of Skybreak Sect. The world outside was completely isolated. How is this? The martial artists that flew into the sky all fell down, an indescribably bleak feeling drowning them. Is an unrivaled powerhouse planning to exterminate our sect? This thought flashed through the hearts of many people. And then, they knew nothing at all. Tian Mingzi had used his own domain, a domain completely similar to the black-robed saint spies, the eternal demon domain. Beneath this domain, everyone was isolated. Tian Mingzi deprived everyone of consciousness, but he didn't kill them. This wasn't because of some kind-hearted benevolence, but because he didn't want to make this matter too big. If a peak 8th grade sect was instantly exterminated like this, that would arouse far too much attention. Lin Ming, if he flew to the lower realms, he should have returned to his homeland of the Sky Spill planet. Lin Ming's information appeared in Tian Mingzi's mind. The Sky Spill planet was a tiny insignificant world of the lower realms, a planet that was slightly larger than average. If it weren't for the Saint Race's orders to assassinate Lin Ming, making him research all the available information on Lin Ming, he simply wouldn't know about such a tiny world of the lower realms like the Skyspill planet. If Lin Ming returned to the lower realms, then he should have gone to the Skyspill planet. With his cultivation, then underneath the suppression of the heavenly Tao laws, returning to his home world is his limit. It is impossible for him to pass through the infinite space storms to go to other worlds. It is impossible for him to escape my grasp. Tian Mingzi gently smiled as he pulled out a golden jade slip. This jade slip was as large as a book. As he sunk his thoughts into it, a celestial star map of the 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm and innumerable worlds of the lower realms appeared in his mind. As long as he knew the coordinates of the Skyspill planet, then with his strength he would be able to pass through the transmission array and arrive at the Skyspill planet in 2 to 4 hours. Tian Mingzi's lips slowly curved up in a dreadful smile. With his strength and with Lin Ming contained on a single planet, wanting to find him would be as easy as catching a turtle in a jar. You have simply chosen the best tomb for yourself. The land of your home world is indeed a suitable place for you to be buried. Tian Mingzi's words were like the whispers of a cackling demon. With a wave of his sleeves, a 9-sun jade flew into the energy core of the transmission array. In the next instant, a divine light radiated outwards and Tian Mingzi vanished into the transmission array. At this time, 100 quintillion miles away, separated by the vast and infinite void of space, there was a blood-red plain. The ends of this plain extended outwards into a 1,000-mile-long mountain range. This mountain range had a name, Tragic Death Mountain. It constantly exuded demonic energy all year round. With the loud whinnies of vicious beasts, a team of winged flood dragons landed at the ends of this plain. These winged flood dragons appeared extraordinary, and there was a crowd of heroic and dashingly spirited martial artists on their back. Of these people, the one leading them was a tall middle-aged man. In addition, the most standout among them was a man and a woman. This pair was tall with extraordinary makings. The man was handsome and graceful and the woman was beautiful like an ethereal fairy. They were the prince and princess of a divine kingdom from the holy demon continent. They could both be called proud children of the heavens. Tragic Death Mountain, we've finally arrived for our training. We must kill to our heart's content this time, the handsome youth excitedly said. He grasped the long sword in his hand, a confident expression on his face. Every year there were many martial artists that entered this mountain range, but over 90% of them never returned. They wouldn't even have their corpses or bones remaining. Because they died in such a tragic manner, this mountain range was called Tragic Death Mountain. This was a graveyard for masters but also a treasure trove of great lucky chances. Many martial artists came here to adventure in hopes of being able to gain enough insights and experience to break through to the next boundary and walk even further down their road of martial arts. It was also because of this reason that even though this mountain range had endlessly great risks, there were still many extreme characters that came every year in order to temper themselves. Big brother, we must be careful. Tragic Death Mountain is unfathomable. Sovereign Father has already advised us to listen to General Wei's heeding, and the most we can enter into Tragic Death Mountain is about 400 miles. The Divine Kingdom Princess riding the winged flood dragon said. She wore a military uniform and seemed extremely stern and martial, but this did not diminish her gentleness and stunning looks. She was a rare beauty. With her appearance and her background, she was the ideal woman that many young elites in the Divine Kingdom yearned for. What the princess says is right. The depths of Tragic Death Mountain are far too horrifying. Even if His Majesty were to personally arrive, he still wouldn't dare to go into the deepest parts of Tragic Death Mountain. That area is a true absolute life-forbidden zone, no one is an exception. Behind the beautiful princess, the tall and burly middle-aged man spoke. He wore a helmet and a suit of armor. He was clearly the General Wei that the princess was referring to. The young prince obviously didn't seem willing to listen to this advice. He curled his lips, wanting to say several words refuting him and describing just how strong he had grown. But before he could open his mouth, there was a terrifying rumble that came crashing down from the skies. Everyone was shocked. They all looked up to see a brilliant meteorite come crashing down with unbelievable speed, tearing through the upper atmosphere as it came smashing down. In addition to the thunder and flames wrapped around this meteorite, there was also a grey power surrounding it. No one had seen this grey power before. But, if someone skilled in the space laws were to see this, they would know that this was the power of the space storm that leaked out from the crack in space. Moreover, this space storm originated from the spatial void that existed between the divine realm and the lower realms. It was a terrifying force that could annihilate all of existence. What a fast meteorite! The young prince cried out in alarm. And beside him, General Wei was also looking out far into the distance. Then, his mind shook. No, that's not right, it doesn't seem like a meteorite at all. How come I think it looks like a person? General Wei put forth a speculation that even he couldn't believe, he said. However, with his eyesight that far surpassed that of normal martial artists, he could see that this was indeed a person. Everyone that heard him was shocked. This was a person. At this time, that meteorite finally crashed to the earth. And, the point it landed at was that mountain range filled with demonic energy and also known as a life-forbidden zone, Tragic Death Mountain. Bang! In that instant, an incomparably terrifying explosion rolled up the earth for 1,000 miles. The mountain range of Tragic Death Mountain was directly lifted up into the air and even the world was pierced through. The magma roiling beneath the ground shot into the skies, flooding forth like massive tsunamis. The horrifying shockwaves crushed the entirety of Tragic Death Mountain, rolling outwards with an unstoppable momentum. Shit! Danger! General Wei was shocked. He immediately set down an enchantment of energy, protecting those people near him. A titanic shockwave crashed into General Wei's energy enchantment. His face paled as his insides tumbled about, nearly causing him to vomit blood. Even from such a distance, he had withstood less than a 10,000th of the impact force from just the aftermath shockwaves, and yet that had caused him to be injured. General Wei found it hard to imagine the might of the crash just now. The storm quickly passed. Everyone opened their eyes wide to see the place where that meteorite had landed. As they did, everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths falling open. Even the normally calm General Wei was unable to regain his calm for a long time. Tragic Death Mountain, the legendary life-forbidden zone filled with endless demons, the legendary mountain range where countless masters had perished, had actually been over 70% destroyed. Let alone those demons, not even the mountain range was left intact. Just what kind of horrifying strength was this? Everyone felt as if they were in a dream. But, that bubbling magma that was still surging upwards from deep underground told everyone that what they were seeing was not an illusion at all. General Wei, you said that meteorite just now was a person? The Divine Kingdom princess shivered as she recalled this. Everyone else also looked towards General Wei. General Wei was still bewildered. He opened his mouth with some difficulty, saying, I might have been mistaken. Chapter 1354, Grey Light Barrier. Chapter 1354, Grey Light Barrier. The Sky Spill Planet. I've finally returned. A massive crater extended for dozens of miles. It penetrated straight through the crust of the world, causing magma to gush out. Immersed in this magma, Lin Ming was slowly washed out. At this time, all of his clothes had been torn to pieces. He was covered in blood and looked completely haggard. The reason for this terrifying destructive power that was able to flatten Tragic Death Mountain was not Lin Ming's own strength, but the space storm chasing Lin Ming. Lin Ming was forced into the turbulent space flows by Tian Ming's great hand and forced to struggle in this chaos for several hours. During this period, he had passed through immeasurably dangerous gaps in the space storm, continuously torn by a formidable power of space. If it were a normal martial artist, they would have been ripped apart several times already. Even Lin Ming didn't feel much better. All of his flesh and blood and meridians had cracked, and even his organs were injured. His mind was extremely tense. He and Mo Eversnow had both consumed a great deal of energy. In that vortex of life and death, a single careless moment would have resulted in annihilation. Finally, he had forced himself out of space, carrying with him a massive space storm. This space storm had chased Lin Ming all the way to the Sky Spill Planet. The space storms that existed between the divine realm and lower realms were immeasurably terrifying. Even though Tragic Death Mountain was extremely firm and supported by demon energy, it was still instantly smashed to nothing. Lin Ming, are you fine? It doesn't matter. Now that I'm on the Sky Spill planet, I should be safe. Even if I lost my cultivation, with just my mortal body having opened the 8 inner hidden gates, there is no existence here that should be able to pose a threat to me. Lin Ming's current condition was indeed extremely bad. His inner world was an utter mess and the black hole seed had fallen into an inactive state, nearly shutting off all contact with the energy in his inner world. 90% of his meridians were torn, his blood vessels had erupted in countless areas, and vast amounts of blood filled his lungs, stomach, and within all parts of his body. However, after Lin Ming had cultivated to this level, his body had already evolved into an extremely pure state of flesh and blood. It would only take some time for this ruined flesh and blood to dissolve into essence energy and then for his body to reabsorb it. Miss Mo, are you alright? You consumed a considerable amount of energy. Lin Ming could see that Mo Eversnow's complexion was much paler than it usually was. It was clear that she had fiercely overdrawn her soul. Mo Eversnow shook her head, saying, I'm good. I just need some rest. As she faintly spoke, Mo Eversnow gently smiled, a deep emotion swelling in her heart. Initially, when Mo Eversnow had first revived from her sleep, she had been easily able to kill Dragon One. Although she had lost her body, by just relying on her soul force alone she was still somewhat stronger than an early Divine Lord powerhouse. When Lin Ming encountered some danger, she was able to burn a bit of her soul force to shield him from harm. But now, Lin Ming had grown to the point of being able to contend with a Divine Lord powerhouse. He was now even stronger than Mo Eversnow's soul form. Like this, he certainly didn't need her to protect him anymore. This caused Mo Eversnow to feel as if she had lost something, but she felt an even greater joy and happiness. From the depths of her heart, she was sincerely proud and happy that Lin Ming was growing so quickly, as if all his achievements were also what she had accomplished. Lin Ming naturally wouldn't know of these complex feelings that percolated in Mo Eversnow's heart. He took out several precious soul-restoring pills from his spatial ring, crumbled them into essence energy, and used them to nourish Mo Eversnow's soul form. Miss Mo, you can sleep in the magic cube for some time. I should be safe. Please allow me to handle things for now. I'm sure I can restore myself fully in 2 or 3 days. Millimeter. Mo Eversnow softly nodded as she lightly smiled. She rarely smiled, but when she did, it made one feel as if flowers were blooming all over the world, accompanied by the warm embrace of spring. She turned into a wisp of soul energy and entered the magic cube space. As for Lin Ming, he used his ruined body to struggle out of the crater with great difficulty. Currently, he was in his weakest state, but his senses were still extremely sharp. As soon as he left the crater, he turned his head in a direction. Some people had arrived. In the great skies, a team of winged flood dragons were rapidly flying over. They were the Divine Kingdom Prince and Princess, General Wei, and their retinue. The one flying in front was not General Wei but the Divine Kingdom Prince. At this time, his face was filled with excitement. Hurry up. Maybe some treasure was born. That terrifying momentum and explosion had even ruined Tragic Death Mountain, a land of demons. If it were truly a magic tool that fell down, it would absolutely be the #1 treasure of the entire Holy Demon continent. At the very least, even if it wasn't a magic tool, if it were something that was able to create such a terrifying explosion, it must be some rare precious material from the vast universe. If they brought it back, they could definitely refine it to create some unrivaled divine weapon. With such a great lucky chance delivered right to their door, how could they miss out? After flying several hundred miles forwards, the prince could see the blast range and the epicenter of the explosion. There was a massive crater several dozen miles wide and nearly 10 miles deep. There was lava gushing out to the surface constantly, tumbling about. If this crater were to be filled with water instead, it could even be called a tiny inland sea. Just as the Divine Kingdom Prince was about to find out what the cause of this explosion was, he was suddenly startled. At the very edge of the crater, there was a man covered in rags and blood. Who are you? This person had been harmed so deeply. If he had been near the center of the explosion when it happened, how could he have survived? As the adventuring team saw Lin Ming, they were surprised. As for General Wei, he was completely bewildered. He immediately recalled the image he had seen just a while ago. He had been able to faintly make out that so-called meteorite, and it had looked like this person. It couldn't be him. General Wei gulped and then shook his head, instantly denying this. Even a late Divine Sea Master would have instantly perished in such an impact if they were to fall down with so much force. He must have been mistaken. General Wei's eyes swept over Lin Ming, wanting to determine his cultivation. However, he wasn't able to do so. Divine Sea Realm? Life Destruction Realm? Lin Ming's inner world seemed bleak and desolate, with incomparably wild origin energy raging about. It was simply impossible for General Wei to distinguish his cultivation. Could he be a half-step Divine Sea? Is he a martial artist that encountered some great lucky chance? This thought passed through General Wei's mind, but he wasn't able to confirm this. However, no matter what the situation was, this person's origin was too mysterious. And, if he was able to survive after being so close to the blast, he definitely had something extraordinary to him. As General Wei was thinking this, a faint feeling overcame him and he looked up. He could see an incomparably black divine light shine over the horizon. For a time, two suns seemed to appear in the heavens. One was a blazing white, and the other was pure, pitch black. Heavens! What was that? General Wei was shocked. As for Lin Ming, his complexion completely changed. Over 100 quintillion miles away, through a space tunnel, Tian Mingzi was quickly shuttling past a space storm. He wasn't a martial artist from the lower realms, thus the heavenly Tao laws would not agree with him entering the lower realms from the divine realm. This caused him to be like a fish swimming against the current of a raging river. Endless space storms surged towards Tian Mingzi before being melted away by him one at a time. At a certain moment, a bright light burst out in front of Tian Mingzi. As he punched, there was a loud bang as space shattered. Tian Mingzi passed through the space storm and arrived in a completely different realm. This realm possessed an extremely gentle and sparse heaven and earth origin energy, frail space, and weak laws. Without a doubt, he was now in the lower realms. In the lower realms, a great world king could shatter space by lifting his hand. The power of the laws binding space together was extremely weak. So this is the lower realms. After being a world king for so many years, this is actually my first time in the lower realms. Truly, this is an incomparably fragile realm. I feel that it would be far too easy for me to destroy a region of space. As Tian Mingzi was saying this, his heart suddenly stirred. In his eyes, a blue planet was suddenly reflected. This planet was quite huge and there was a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy gathered around it, forming a vast and boundless mist and nebula. This nebula stretched out for billions of miles, looking spectacular and marvelous. This was the Sky Spill planet. I've arrived at my destination. Tian Mingzi's lips curved up in a smile. Let the hunt begin. Lin Ming, for me to use your own homeworld as your burial ground, that can be considered as my benevolence to you. The Sky Spill planet was extremely large. With the range of Tian Mingzi's sense, he could definitely slowly search for Lin Ming. But, he didn't want to do something that took such a massive amount of time. He planned to annihilate all life on this planet. Then, the only being remaining would certainly be Lin Ming. That was far more simple and straightforward. As for slaying countless trillions of lives to save some time, that wasn't anything to Tian Mingzi. If he exterminated a planet in the lower realms, no one would know at all. And even if they did, no one would suspect that he did it. Lives of the Sky Spill planet, if you wish to blame someone, then blame your fellow man. Tian Mingzi extracted his 8-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. Energy erupted from his entire body, and for a moment the phantom of a cruel devil appeared behind him. To scatter and spread an attack over an entire planet so that it would wipe out every life on it, this was still something that Tian Mingzi had to put his full effort behind. Fall into the eternal demon domain, demon god descend. Tian Mingzi lifted his sword high up above his head and then brought it slashing down. The devil phantom behind him turned into a black divine light that cut downwards, hurtling forth like a brilliant black comet. A massive region of space was shattered by Tianming's attack. The entire sky spill planet would soon be shrouded in the endless demon light. Tianmingzi viciously smiled. Under his attack, the space of the lower realms was simply far too fragile. This feeling was like using a divine weapon to kill a cow. As this beam of divine light was about to pierce through the atmosphere of the sky spill planet, a sudden change occurred. Outside the atmosphere of the sky spill planet, a dim ash-gray light barrier appeared. Tianming's attack struck this light barrier, and what happened next left Tianmingzi shocked. His all-out attack collided with this ash-gray light and then disappeared, vanishing without a trace of ever returning. Hey! How? Tianmingzi was left dazed, immediately losing the ability to think for a moment. But then, an even more surprising scene occurred. The ash-gray light barrier faintly trembled before shooting back a black divine light at Tianmingzi. This was Tianming's attack. His attack was being returned to him, fully intact. What? Chapter 1355, Empyrean Primordius Protection. Chapter 1355, Empyrean Primordius Protection. In that comparably frail lower realms world, an ash-gray barrier of light had inexplicably and suddenly appeared, even reflecting his own attack. Tianmingzi would never have dreamt that such a matter would occur. This moment right after Tianmingzi attacked was the moment he had exhausted his old strength. As he saw his demon god descends bounced back towards him, he rapidly drew backwards, immediately forming thousands of seals. Bang! A black light exploded and a vast tract of the void collapsed. Tianming's body shook, his blood tumbling around as his robes were all torn apart. Tianmingzi never thought he would be struck so miserably by his own attack. What is happening here? Tianming's eyebrows shot up. He first thought that there was a secret unrivaled powerhouse protecting Lin Ming, but as he thought about this he immediately denied it. If there truly was someone protecting Lin Ming, then he wouldn't have needed to flee in such a distressed manner, being forced into the space storms where he nearly died. There was something strange about this sky spill planet. As Tianmingzi thought of this, he carefully sent out his sense, investigating the area around the sky spill planet. But, to his amazement, he discovered that as soon as his sense was about to penetrate into the atmosphere of the sky spill planet, it was forcefully cut off, unable to take a half step further. It was still that ash-gray light barrier. The surface of that barrier was covered with ancient Tao patterns. These Tao patterns seemed like the tracings on top of a chaos stone, filled with profound mysteries and exuding a mystical shimmer. The aura that this light curtain emitted was boundless and vast, leaving Tianmingzi stunned. Facing this ash-gray light barrier array formation, he felt as if he were facing the stable foundation of the universe itself, not shakeable at all. From this alone, it could be seen that the person who laid down this array formation was absolutely hundreds of times more powerful than he was. This was terrifying information. This meant that this person was an Empyrean-level master, and even a top powerhouse amongst all Empyreans. In the entire divine realm, existences of this level could be counted on a single hand. There is this type of array formation protecting the sky spill planet. Tianmingzi was dumbfounded. This light barrier emitted the feeling of passing years. It was likely that this light barrier was tens of thousands of years old. In other words, tens of thousands of years ago, when Lin Ming had yet to be born, some mysterious powerhouse had laid down a protective array all around the sky spill planet. Tianmingzi was unable to sense who had been the one to lay down this array formation, but he could faintly feel that the function of this protective array was to keep out powerhouses and not to block those with lower cultivations. What sort of secret is there in the sky spill planet? Tianmingzi didn't believe that such a desolate and barren lower realms planet would randomly arouse the attention of a divine realm powerhouse. It was likely that the sky spill planet had some secret. And, this secret might even be the reason for Lin Ming's formidable strength. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine that a martial artist from the lower realms would be able to slowly step into the position of the number one young elite in the divine realm. My attack was blocked, but Lin Ming was able to enter without being hindered. Could this light barrier be blocking outsiders from entering, or could it be preventing martial artists above the divine sea realm from passing through? Tian Mingzi instantly thought. If he couldn't enter but Lin Ming easily could, that meant there was some limiting factor preventing him from doing so. And there were two main differences between him and Lin Ming. His cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, and he came from the divine realm. He wasn't someone who originated from the Sky Spill planet. Whether it was the former reason or latter reason, both were bad news. There was no need to mention the former. He could only watch Lin Ming wander freely about. The array formation of this top supreme elder wasn't something that he could hope to shake. As for the latter reason, Lin Ming was considered invincible at the Divine Sea realm. Even if he sent out tens of thousands of Divine Sea disciples from the Skydark Holy Lands to chase after him, it would be nothing but delivering lambs to the slaughter. How can this be? Tian Mingzi frowned. This was a nightmare. The longer this dragged on, the more unknown variables would come into play. But he simply couldn't break through this light barrier. Tian Mingzi very much wished to explore the secrets of this Sky Spill planet. Perhaps it might even be his own great lucky chance. With such a lucky chance laid out in front of him, there still wasn't anything he could do. He absolutely hated this feeling. I can only make a sacrifice and hope my guess isn't wrong. Tian Mingzi's complexion was gloomy. He quietly retreated back into the space channel and returned to the divine realm. He silently came and silently left, leaving no trace, like a ghost. And for those people living on the Sky Spill planet, they only saw that black divine light flash over them, as if a black sun had appeared and then disappeared. There were some mortal nations that believed this was an ominous sign from the heavens and began to fall to their knees in repentance and worship. Following that, there were no other changes to the Sky Spill planet. At this time, in tragic Death Mountain, General Wei looked up at the skies. It's gone. He originally thought that another meteorite was about to land, but he didn't think it would be nothing but a fleeting flash of light. Beside him, Lin Ming's complexion was dark and dire. He was well aware that the black divine light just now was Tian Mingzi's attack. Tian Mingzi had chased him all the way to the Sky Spill planet and had even sent out such a horrifying strike. If this strike had struck the Sky Spill planet, it would have been a catastrophic apocalypse for all life living here. A frail world of the lower realms simply wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a great world king. I must really thank Senior Empyrean Primordius. If it weren't for him laying down this enchantment 100,000 years ago that stopped all martial artists above the Divine Sea realm from entering, then the consequences today would have been unimaginable. My family, my people, and even Divine Phoenix Island would have been destroyed today. Lin Ming was overjoyed that he made the gamble to return to the Sky Spill planet. The reason he chose to return here was all because of Empyrean Primordius' protection. Just what sort of character was Empyrean Primordius? Let alone Tian Mingzi, not even an ordinary Empyrean master would find it possible to break through that enchantment barrier. What sort of world phenomenon was that? General Wei muttered to himself, looking up at the skies. At this time, he suddenly seemed to recall something. He cupped his fists together and said to Lin Ming, "Friend, what should I call you?" Lin Ming's cultivation seemed as if it were at the half-step Divine Sea realm. If this were true, then he would break into the Divine Sea realm within the next 10 years. In the Holy Demon continent, a Divine Sea realm powerhouse was quite rare and valuable. Thus General Wei was extremely polite. "My name is Lin Mo," Lin Ming casually said. The name of Lin Ming was well known in the Holy Demon continent, and he was also known as the infamous master of the blood slaughter steps. It would be a bit troublesome if others were to find out his status. General Wei politely bantered with Lin Ming. Their conversation mostly revolved around the landing of the meteorite. He wanted to snoop around for any clues about what Lin Ming was doing here. But Lin Ming simply insisted that he had come to this area of the mountain range to adventure. Then, because of the landing of the meteor, he was severely wounded and afterwards he ran into General Wei. The Divine Kingdom Prince organized a group of people to search the crater, but in the end there was nothing found at all. "Brother Lin, where do you plan on going next?" "The blood slaughter steps," Lin Ming replied, without concealing anything. "Oh. We are also headed back to our Divine Kingdom. Although we won't pass through the blood slaughter steps, they are both in the same direction. Mentioning it, this entire trip has been a laugh. We came here to Tragic Death Mountain to gain some experience, but the result was that just as we arrived, Tragic Death Mountain disappeared. General Wei ruefully smiled, as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Although he didn't really know whether or not the destination of these people was in the same direction as the blood slaughter steps, he could confirm that they were trying to win him over by providing him with assistance. After all, even with Lin Ming's cultivation looking like it did, this was still an outstanding accomplishment to martial artists of the lower realms. Lin Ming didn't reject traveling together. He had taken a liking to this squad's winged flood dragons. The bloodline of these winged flood dragons had been especially improved through breeding, and they could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in a day. Combined with some transmission arrays, they would be able to quickly arrive at the blood slaughter steps. Without these people, it would be difficult for Lin Ming to find the appropriate transmission arrays. Moreover, Lin Ming was currently grievously wounded. If he relied on just himself to fly, not only would he be slow, but it would be impossible for him to find the time to sit down and meditate to restore himself. It would delay the time it took to recover by a great deal. Lin Ming didn't know what methods Qian Mingzi would decide to use in order to deal with him, thus he had to restore his wounds as much as he could and then quickly enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. Once he entered the Eternal Demon Abyss, he would feel much safer. Like this, Lin Ming traveled along with General Wei and his group. As for Qian Mingzi, he had already returned to the Demon Dawn Great World. Deep within the Skydark Holy Lands, at Skydark Demon Palace, several young disciples were rapidly rushing inside. All of them looked slightly panicked. They had all received an emergency gathering order. This order would not be sent out unless a major event was occurring. These young elites were all outstanding heroic young geniuses in the junior generation of the Demon Dawn Great World. There were 12 of them in total, all of them at the Divine Sea Realm. Nether Limitless was also one of them. The 12 young disciples entered Skydark Demon Palace and knelt down before Qian Mingzi. We respectfully greet the Palace Master. Qian Mingzi wore a long black robe, his entire body wrapped up in the fabric. He raised his hand and a ring flew into Nether Limitless' grasp. All of you will come to the lower realms with me. I want you to go to a planet in the lower realms, find a person there, and kill him. As Qian Mingzi spoke, all of these young elites were dumbfounded. Just who was it that could be in the lower realms and also arouse so much attention from Qian Mingzi that he would send out the emergency gathering order? They didn't understand why Qian Mingzi wouldn't go himself, but would instead send a group of young elites. This person's cultivation is at the Divine Sea Realm and his strength is unfathomable. All of you added together will not be his match. After you discover him, do not fight him. Take out the ring I gave you and crumble it. Afterwards, you may kill him. As Qian Mingzi spoke, the young elites present were all shocked. They didn't seem too convinced by these words. This person was also at the Divine Sea Realm, but all 12 of them added together wasn't this person's match. Qian Mingzi had no intention of speaking further. He waved the sleeves of his robe and a black light wrapped around everyone. In the next moment, they arrived at the Skydark Holy Lands special transmission array that led to the lower realms. The Skydark Holy Lands naturally also had such a transmission array. After burning a massive number of violet sun crystals, Qian Mingzi brought the 12 young disciples to break into the void and fly non-stop towards the lower realms. In the moment that the divine light shot into the sky, the strong winds also lifted Qian Mingzi's robes. In that brief instant, Nether Limitless inadvertently saw Qian Mingzi's left arm. As he saw this, his complexion immediately paled, not daring to believe his own eyes. Qian Mingzi's left hand had been cut off from the wrist. The bleeding had stopped, but Nether Limitless could clearly see the broken bones remaining there. Qian Mingzi's left hand had disappeared. How could that be? Nether Limitless froze, speechless. Just who was it that had cut off the left hand of his master? He subconsciously wanted to ask, but as his eyes touched upon the cold and gloomy vision of Qian Mingzi, he subconsciously shrank his neck, not daring to speak anymore. Chapter 1356. Nether Limitless descends to the world. Chapter 1356. Nether Limitless descends to the world. With Tian Mingzi escorting them, Nether Limitless and his fellow junior disciples easily arrived at the lower realms region where the Sky Spill planet was. As they felt the thin and calm heaven origin energy of the lower realms, the young disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands felt their bodies suddenly fill up with strength, as if they had become 10 times stronger. The restriction of laws in the lower realms is really weak. Yes, here I can easily crush the void and flatten hundreds of mountains. The powerful laws of the divine realm were like heavy shackles weighing down on the bodies of divine realm martial artists. Even using similar martial skills, they would seem weaker when used in the divine realm. But after arriving in the lower realms, this was the same as a mortal going from a high-gravity planet to a low-gravity planet. They would naturally feel much lighter. This is it. The compass I gave you is a high-grade spirit artifact with a wisp of my soul inside. It can help you explore the Sky Spill planet and find your target. The soul wisp within the compass has also recorded the aura of that person. Tian Mingzi clearly ordered. In the lower realms, a martial artist could extend their senses much further than in the divine realm. If Tian Mingzi were to take action himself, his sense would be able to cover the entire planet. If he did that, finding Lin Ming would be extremely easy. Now, he had sealed a wisp of his divine sense into the compass. With the memories of Tian Mingzi's soul within the compass, although it couldn't reach the level of Tian Mingzi personally searching, as long as they found the general area where Lin Ming landed, it would only be a matter of time until they found him. This is a space shuttle, a spirit treasure I refined myself. It can rapidly pass through space for a short distance. With it, you can almost teleport to any location in this world that you wish and rapidly overtake your target. Remember, after you find him, do not fight. Take out the ring I gave to you. As Tian Mingzi spoke, he took out a shuttle ship magic tool from his spatial ring. As the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands heard this, they glanced at each other, not too convinced. Just who was this person? Even with a divine sea cultivation, this person had caused Tian Mingzi to take such drastic actions, and even the 12 of them added together weren't his match. Honorable Master, who is it that we are being sent to kill? Nether Limitless finally couldn't help but ask. Tian Mingzi looked at Nether Limitless, and then clearly said, "You are to kill Lin Ming." Lin Ming. Hearing this name, Nether Limitless was shocked. He couldn't help but gulp. The other heroic young elites present were also stunned silent. They were actually being sent to kill Lin Ming. If it were really Lin Ming, then killing the 12 of them would be easy. Although they were arrogant individuals, they weren't arrogant to the point where they believed they could contend with Lin Ming. Lin Ming had almost reached the peak of all divine sea martial artist. We are being sent to kill Lin Ming. Some people felt weak at heart. They weren't idiots, they naturally knew the consequences that would stem from killing Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming wasn't a disciple of a heavenly palace, he was still one of the top geniuses chosen from a first martial meeting conducted by 2 Empyreans. To kill Lin Ming was to slap the faces of these 2 Empyreans to a certain degree. Tian Mingzi naturally saw the hesitation of his disciples. He gloomily said, "Before this, I attacked Lin Ming through the void, and although I didn't manage to kill him, I forced him through a space storm and caused him to take severe wounds. Now, with the ring I gave you, killing him shouldn't be difficult at all. This is an extremely important and grave matter. After successfully killing Lin Ming, I will have you all make an oath to your heart demons to not reveal a single word of this. Of course, I will also compensate you with all sorts of resources for the dangers involved in this mission, and I will even put forth my strength to train you. As for the lucky chances and secrets on Lin Ming's body, those can be shared amongst you. You will obtain tremendous advantages. Although you might not be able to become world kings in the future, becoming peak holy lords isn't a problem at all, and you may even have a chance of becoming a half-step world king. As for you Limitless, as long as you do not perish here, you will become a world king." Tian Mingzi put forth all sorts of conditions. As the young elites heard these conditions, all of them couldn't help but be excited. Seeking riches was something always accompanied by dangers. This was truly a great lucky opportunity for them. A sharp light flashed in Nether Limitless' eyes. He clenched his fists. He would never forget the shame that Lin Ming had brought him. It was only afterwards, when Lin Ming slowly began to blossom and shine in glory in the first martial meeting, did no one think that Nether Limitless losing to Lin Ming in the semifinals at Grave Moonstar was a shame. Instead, they began to think that this was a natural flow of events. Even the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands thought so. But it was this sort of natural inferiority that had filled Nether Limitless' heart with unwillingness. What was the reason for him being defeated and overshadowed in the first martial meeting, but Lin Ming reaching the pinnacle of his fame? In the entire divine realm, no one knew, nor could they understand the reasons why. Nether Limitless believed that Lin Ming's luck must have defied the heavens and he had encountered some lucky chance that had made him what he was today. If he could kill Lin Ming, then that lucky chance would be his. In this world, what was more soothing to the mind and heart than killing a hated enemy and stealing away all of their lucky chances? Let's go. Set off. The group of Skydark Holy Land young elites stepped into the space shuttle and flew towards the Sky Spill planet. When they encountered that strange invisible ash-gray barrier surrounding the Sky Spill planet, they passed through without any impediments at all. As Tian Mingzi saw this, he relaxed. His previous guess had been correct. This enchantment only locked out martial artists above the Divine Sea Realm, and didn't affect martial artists at the Divine Sea Realm. Like this, his chances of killing Lin Ming had become much higher. Several hours later, Nether Limitless and the others found the ruins of Tragic Death Mountain. Here, the massive crater that was dozens of miles wide was overflowing with lava, with smoke shrouding the skies. Waves of dreadful heat emanated outwards. It wasn't hard to find this area. This was because after Lin Ming escaped from the space channel, he had brought a vast and turbulent space flow with him. Not only did this force destroy Tragic Death Mountain, but it even raised the world for over 1,000 miles. This sort of power of space was not something that should have existed in the lower realms. Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, this area has remains from a divine realm space storm. Lin Ming should have landed here, and he should also have suffered a deep backlash from that space storm. That's right. When Honorable Master attacked Lin Ming through the void, Lin Ming should have only escaped through desperate means. He's definitely seriously injured. Perhaps we can kill him without using Honorable Master's ring. Don't underestimate him. Even a lion needs to use its full force to capture a rabbit. Someone like Lin Ming has countless methods to escape or survive. Wanting to kill him will be difficult. Once we find him, we shall defer to Honorable Master's instructions and take out the ring he gave us. Nether Limitless traced his spatial ring and took out the compass Tian Mingzi gave him. This black compass looked black and simple. But in just a moment, Nether Limitless was able to use it to track down the direction Lin Ming fled in. Southeast. He might be between 1 million and 3 million miles away. The compass could only vaguely feel out the direction one was in. Finding Lin Ming would all depend on himself. The 12 people entered the space shuttle and disappeared in a flash. The difference between this type of space shuttle and a spirit ship was that this shuttle could instantly pass through space for short distances. It wasn't like a spirit ship that had to save energy to carry out a series of great void shifts. And at this time, 2 million miles away, a team of winged flood dragons were flying through the skies. Lin Ming sat down on one of these winged flood dragons, his eyes closed deep in meditation. Strong winds blew against him, sending his clothes chaotically flapping about. He had completely entered the ethereal state and was trying to maximize his ability to restore his injuries. A moment ago they had already passed through 2 transmission arrays. Every transmission was 1 million miles, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to come so far. I've healed 70 to 80% of my wounds. It seems I underestimated my regenerative capabilities. After opening the gate of death, the power of my life force and blood vitality has increased several times over. I am also nearing the blood slaughter steps more and more. After I enter the blood slaughter steps, I can recuperate in Skysplit Tower and enter the eternal demon abyss in my peak state. As Lin Ming was thinking this, on a winged flood dragon flying by his side, General Wei cupped his hands together and said, "Little brother Lin, once we pass that mountain range 1,000 miles from here, we'll be nearing the blood slaughter steps. That is where we will have to bid our farewells." "Thank you, General Wei." "Haha, there is no need to be so polite. If little brother Lin has any interest, you may come to my Swift Cloud Nation as an honored guest. My Swift Cloud Nation's divine sovereign, Skyfall Heaven, has a late divine sea cultivation and is also one of the top-ranked human martial artists in the Holy Demon Continent. Little brother Lin is an outstanding person, and I am sure that His Majesty the Divine Sovereign and little brother Lin would get along wonderfully with each other. Perhaps you two might have the fate of being a master and disciple. General Wei had put forth the great name of Swift Cloud Nation's divine sovereign in order to try to win over Lin Ming. In his mind, there was no outstanding youth in this world who would reject the chance of becoming Skyfall Heaven's disciple. Lin Ming only smiled, not responding. But at this time, the smile stiffened on his face. That was because in that instant, he had felt a keen sense lock onto him. Before this, Lin Ming had been deep in meditation, restoring himself, and his senses were contained to a radius of several hundred miles around himself. Thus, he didn't notice that there were people already locked onto him from over 1,000 miles away. Not just that, but these people were approaching at an unbelievable speed. They were able to pass hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. It wouldn't take long at all for them to cross 1,000 miles. It was impossible for a lower realms martial artist to possess such speed. These people definitely originated from the divine realm. 1, 2, 3, 4. A total of 12 people. Lin Ming didn't suspect that there was a problem with the array formation that Empyrean Primordius had laid down. A character on the level of Tian Mingzi would never be able to break it. In other words, these 12 people should be at the divine sea realm, and for them to reach such speeds, that meant they definitely had the support of some type of magic tool. This sort of squad had been sent to kill him? Depending on what? Brother Lin, what's the matter? General Wei asked. He discovered that something strange was occurring with Lin Ming. Lin Ming gloomily said, "Some people have come. You should all leave first, otherwise you will be sucked into this mess." What people? If they are looking to little brother Lin for trouble, then that is the same as looking to me for trouble too. Ha ha ha, after traveling so far together, I feel as if we've hit it off very well. If someone dares to move against little brother Lin, that will be the same as moving against me. Although my talent isn't too great, I have still lived for over 1,000 years and my strength is passable. General Wei heartily laughed with a bright smile. The reason he said this was because he had an honest and straightforward personality and he really did hit it off well with Lin Ming. Moreover, and most importantly, he wanted to become friends with Lin Ming and win him over. At this moment, his Swift Cloud Nation was in urgent need of talented individuals, and Lin Ming was someone whose future accomplishments were unimaginable. To be on good terms with such a person had far too many advantages. Lin Ming could only force a smile as he heard General Wei's words. General Wei, I fear the situation is not how you think it is. Well, there's nothing more to say. There's no longer any time. As Lin Ming spoke, the space around them began to violently distort. Chapter 1357, Hand of the Devil. Chapter 1357, Hand of the Devil. What do you mean there's no longer any time? Before General Wei could react, he felt the power of space around him suddenly turn wild. With a flash of light, 12 youths appeared like ghosts and gods. They had almost instantly torn through the void to teleport here. There wasn't the slightest indication before they had arrived. Who is it? If General Wei was shocked so thoroughly, the others in his group were completely panic-stricken. These 12 people had suddenly emerged from nowhere and no one knew how they had arrived. What method did they use? How was this possible? The 12 people all wore the uniform robes that indicated they were from the same sect. There was a special symbol embroidered on all of their chests, clearly indicating they came from this sect. However, what left General Wei and his team dumbfounded was that these people all possessed a late divine sea realm cultivation. Moreover, each one of them had an aura as deep and vast as the sea, along with an incomparably solid foundation. This was simply unimaginable. In General Wei's mind, even the divine sovereign of Swift Cloud Nation didn't possess such a terrifying aura. In the divine realm, the young elites often came into contact with each other and every one of them was a master. In addition, with the suppression of the divine realm's laws acting on them, they naturally didn't think that their auras were too horrifying. But in the lower realms, everything was different. The power of the lower realms' laws to restrict one's strength was extremely weak. A divine sea powerhouse's aura was already extremely powerful to them, and they also weren't bothering to conceal it. Thus, with these 12 late divine sea masters appearing together, they formed a dreadful pressure. This. General Wei's eyes turned completely round. In the entire holy demon continent, a late divine sea martial artist was rarer than rare. Now, in a single breath, 12 of them had popped out from nowhere. And what was most incredible was that these people were all youths. How could there possibly be an influence in this world that could raise so many young late divine sea masters? Am I dreaming? The divine kingdom prince gulped. His talent was considered very good. At his age, he was already at the 5th stage of life destruction, giving him a limitless future. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the divine sea before he was 100 years old, but if he were compared to these people, Nether Limitless and the others simply didn't glance at General Wei and the others. This wasn't contempt nor was it disdain, but complete disregard, as if they were nothing but air. In the eyes of Nether Limitless, these common mortals of the lower realms were like ants. To see such magnificent geniuses like them descend to this backwater world was already the gathered luck of their last several generations. Nether Limitless only stared at Lin Ming, his eyes shining with ruthlessness, a trace of fear, and even a hint of vivid excitement. Ruthlessness because he hated and envied Lin Ming and his talent, fear because he was frightened by Lin Ming's power and fame, and excitement because as long as he could kill Lin Ming, everything Lin Ming possessed would become his. Lin Ming, we meet again. Nether Limitless slowly and clearly said. As this voice echoed out, General Wei and the others stirred, as if they were awakening from a dream. They recalled what Lin Ming had said before, some people have come. You should all leave first, otherwise you will be sucked into this mess. These words were directed towards these 12 black-robed youths. Lin Ming, haven't I heard this name before? General Wei was stunned. And he wanted to go to the blood slaughter steps. Isn't the current master of the blood slaughter steps someone called Lin Ming? As a high-level figure of the holy demon continent, General Wei naturally knew about something as important as the changing of masters of the holy demon continent's blood slaughter steps. He also heard the rumors that this new steps master was incomparably mysterious. He had killed the previous steps master as well as an imp race divine sea master in order to become the new steps master. But from that day on, it was as if he had vanished from the world. Many influences wanted to establish cooperative efforts with the blood slaughter steps to allow the young elites of their sects and families to gain experience, but they weren't able to find any passage of communication at all. This Lin Ming in front of him, could he be the steps master? How had he managed to provoke such a fierce group of people? Wasn't this just a death wish? As this thought flashed through General Wei's mind, Lin Ming silently took out his long spear, pointing it at Nether Limitless. It seems Tian Mingzi truly has all sorts of methods at his disposal. He can even find me like this. Lin Ming's expression was calm and relaxed. But as this appearance fell into Nether Limitless' eyes, it brought a great pressure onto him. Although Nether Limitless put forth a confident persona at the start, the truth was that his heart was shaking. He nervously and carefully sent out his divine sense to probe the extent of Lin Ming's injuries. And to his dismay, Lin Ming's wounds were far less heavy than he had imagined. This cast a dark cloud over his mind. It wasn't because Nether Limitless didn't believe in the trump card that Tian Mingzi had prepared for him, but because the power and fame Lin Ming gained over time was simply too great. His performance in the first martial meeting was too awe-inspiring and fierce. He had no choice but to be careful. Humph, did you think that we couldn't do anything to you just because you fled back to your home world? Today is the day of your demise. After killing you, I will obtain all of your lucky chances. I will replace you, inherit your destiny, and become an Empyrean. As Nether Limitless spoke, it was like he was inspiring his own momentum and courage. Energy erupted from within his body. In that moment, night seemed to arrive as the world turned dark. The entire sky was covered underneath a terrifying pressure as space shook. This retreat. We must retreat. General Wei rapidly shouted. This terrifying person was the same as a demon god. This level of fighting had surpassed their scope of understanding. Behind General Wei, the Divine Kingdom princess's beautiful face was also pale, but her eyes were filled with awe as she looked at Lin Ming. From their exchange of words just now, she was able to speculate that Lin Ming had come from the legendary divine realm. As for these black-robed men chasing him, they clearly also came from the divine realm. This was the only explanation for how there could be so many powerhouses that appeared out of nowhere. As for those words, did you think that we couldn't do anything to you just because you fled back to your home world? That clearly implied that Lin Ming was someone who ascended from this world. Had there ever been someone who ascended that was this terrifying? Facing Nether Limitless aura, Lin Ming didn't feel anything at all. He slowly turned the Phoenix Blood Spear, his lips curving up in a cruel smile. Depending on the bunch of you, I don't believe that Tian Mingzi is so idiotic as to send you here to die like this. If you have some trump card, then bring it out now, otherwise you won't have the chance. As Lin Ming spoke, the heretical god force suddenly erupted. His spear thrust forwards, its might reaching the limit. How could the space of the Sky Spill planet resist Lin Ming's attack? This spear strike caused the void for tens of thousands of feet outwards to instantly collapse. If General Wei and the others hadn't retreated by now, they would have been sucked into that storm of space and time and immediately perish. Get in formation. Nether Limitless pupils shrank. As he put forth Tian Ming's ring, the 12 heroic youths of the Skydark Holy Lands immediately formed the Skylock Array formation. This array formation was one that the 12 of them had trained in for a long time. Once they created it, it wasn't something as simple as the sum of their total strength together. However, Lin Ming's attack was far too terrifying. As his spear thrust forwards, the phantom of the heretical god tree had already appeared behind him. This heretical god tree took root in the endless void, seeming as if it could absorb strength from the endless worlds of the lower realms. On Lin Ming's spear point, thunder and flames howled. The power of heavenly tribulation arrived as the power of thunder and fire wove together into a sea of purple and red. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A crazy detonation erupted and the world changed color as if the end of all days had come. The Skylock Array formation formed by Nether Limitless and the other 11 disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands immediately exploded underneath Lin Ming's strike. All of them flew backwards, their faces pale. Even though the 12 of them joined forces, they had still been destroyed by Lin Ming. A powerful energy storm swept forwards for 1,000 miles, raising the endless mountains and rivers. As General Wei and his group saw this, all of their jaws dropped. What they were not shocked about was the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers that had been raised, but the situation occurring on the battlefield. Even though the 12 late Divine Sea Masters had joined forces to form an array, their joint defense had been completely routed by Lin Ming. The 12 of them were all wounded. What sort of horrifying strength was this? Was this really that handsome and friendly youth who had traveled with them so far? He was such a terrifying existence. As for the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands, a deep sense of powerlessness and fear emerged from the depths of their souls. As they watched the fight between Lin Ming and Frost Dream, it was hard to imagine from that just what the disparity was between them and Lin Ming. Tian Mingzi had constantly stressed that even the 12 of them joining together wouldn't be a match for Lin Ming. Even so, they couldn't help but doubt this. It was impossible for them to be convinced until they gave it a try. Now, they finally understood deeply just how great the difference was between them and Lin Ming. With the 12 of them joining together to form a great array formation, that allowed them to not be instantly killed by Lin Ming. But, if they were continually attacked, they might not even last for 10 breaths of time before someone died. And if someone died, there would be a crack in their array formation. Once that crack appeared, then the array formation would collapse in the next strike and none of them would have the strength to resist. Lin Ming, you are ruthless, but no matter how powerful you are, it is still useless. Today, you are doomed to die here. Everything you have will be mine. Nether Limitless maniacally roared out. He suddenly threw out the ring in his hand. The ring shattered in the air, and then, the pressure of a great world king came shrouding down from the skies. In that moment, a severed hand appeared in the air. This hand was stained with blood, and in the places that weren't stained, the flesh there was far too white, appearing even translucent. Even though this hand was severed, it still appeared to contain endless amounts of vitality. Blood vessels slowly wriggled in it, as if it were still alive. Nether Limitless was not surprised by this hand. He had already seen that Tian Mingzi's left hand had disappeared, and in Nether Limitless' opinion, someone like Tian Mingzi, the Great World King of a First-Order Great World, who even had a chance of becoming an Empyrean in the future, would not fight someone to the point of losing a hand unless he had a death grudge with an equally powerful character. In other words, he could only have cut off his own hand. As Lin Ming looked at this hand, he could feel the aura within it and approximately guess where it came from. With a chuckle, he said, "Tian Mingzi really holds me in such high esteem. To think he would cut off his own hand to form an avatar to kill me." Lin Ming was clearly aware that even though Empyrean Primordius enchantment could prevent Supreme Elders from the Divine Realm descending to the Sky Spill planet, it actually couldn't defend against their avatars. As long as these people suppressed the cultivation of their avatar to the Divine Sea Realm or below, then they would be fine. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Fairy Feng to appear at the Sky Spill planet and help Lin Ming ascend when he was just at the Life Destruction Realm. Tian Mingzi was able to consume several hundred years of his cultivation to form a wisp of an avatar to kill Lin Ming in the lower realms, but Tian Mingzi didn't think this was safe enough. Lin Ming had far too many methods at his disposal. He had a tremendous ability to survive. For Tian Mingzi to just use his cultivation to form an avatar, that might not have been enough to kill Lin Ming. Thus, he cut off one of his hands to form an avatar with his own flesh and blood. Chapter 1358, Life or Death Crisis. Chapter 1358, Life or Death Crisis. In severing his hand, no matter what happens next, that will still cause damage to his essence energy. It seems Tian Mingzi has really put forth sufficient capital to kill me. Lin Ming sneered, but his mind was actually rapidly coming up with solutions for how to pass this danger. Tian Mingzi was not an idiot. On the contrary, he was someone who did everything to the limit of perfection. Even a lion had to use its full force to capture a rabbit. If Tian Mingzi had severed his hand to bring to the lower realms, it was because he truly had confidence in killing him, at least 70 to 80%. Ha ha ha. Once you die, Honorable Master can naturally take back his hand and reattach it with heavenly materials. As for any essence energy he loses, he can make up for it. Nether Limitless laughed. Even if the Supreme Elders of the Divine Realm lost part of their mortal body, they could use a variety of heavenly materials to make up for the loss. But, any new body part that was formed would be inferior to the original in terms of formidability. For an essence-gathering system master, although their body wasn't as tough as that of a body transformation martial artist, their flesh and blood had still been tempered with true essence for a long period of time, and had also gone through numerous baptisms of origin energy. This was their spirit body. If they lost their spirit body and wished to transform their newly regrown flesh and blood into a new spirit body, they would have to spend a long time to temper that part. Thus, Tian Mingzi had to take back this hand, otherwise his cultivation would suffer a great loss. Tian Mingzi's flesh and blood wriggled in the skies, like a tiny growing meat embryo. As this meat embryo grew, a massive amount of origin energy gathered towards it, forming a horrifying storm. Without turning his head, Lin Ming said with a true essence sound transmission, "Leave this place. If you stay you will die. I fear the outcome will be the same even if you are several hundred miles away." General Wei Yi and his group had helped Lin Ming, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to use the transmission arrays so quickly, and he also wouldn't have had the chance to meditate and heal his wounds. If Lin Ming had stayed in the crash site to heal himself, that would have been far more dangerous. Without the time that Nether Limitless and the others took to find him, his wounds would have been much heavier. General Wei Yi and his people had absolutely nothing to do with this matter. Lin Ming didn't hope that they would be dragged in and die. Moreover, the area where Lin Ming was fighting Nether Limitless and the others was a primitive wilderness. If he fought here, there was no need to worry that there would be a great loss of life. Let's hurry and leave. General Wei Yi was a man who knew his limits. He originally thought to become friends with Lin Ming and win him over, but these tiny thoughts and hopes had already vanished into thin air. This sort of person was destined to only be a visitor to the Holy Demon Continent and would soon leave. While they all wished to see the battle of a divine realm master, being caught up in the stormy aftermath and dying was simply too unjustified. Tian Ming's hand took several breaths of time to grow into a complete mortal body. During this time there was always an enchantment protecting it. If Lin Ming attacked at this time, the effects would be limited. The newly born Tian Ming's entire body was covered in a thin layer of mucus. This avatar waved its hand, creating a long robe out of energy. As Tian Mingzi floated in the air, his eyes were bright and sharp. Tian Ming's avatar had also inherited a wisp of Tian Ming's soul. Lin Ming. Tian Ming's voice was indifferent. His long hair floated up in the air, just like a divine tree stretching out its branches. At this time, he looked like a demon god, and the area he was standing in seemed as if it were the center of this universe. Tian Mingzi, I only stole away your primordial epoch spirit root. Is that really enough for you to sacrifice your own origin energy and sever your hand to chase me down to the sky spill planet? Lin Ming already had some guess as to why Tian Mingzi was willing to hunt him down no matter the cost. This definitely wasn't related to the primordial epoch spirit root. Although the primordial epoch spirit root was precious, it wasn't something that someone on the level of Tian Mingzi couldn't obtain eventually. Moreover, the primordial epoch spirit root had already been eaten up by Lin Ming. Are you testing me? Tian Ming's avatar revealed a pale smile. You should have already guessed something. But, regardless of whether your guesses are correct, I cannot allow any accidents to occur. You must die here. Is that so? That black-robed man was truly a spy from the saint race after all. What you have done is commit a crime against the entirety of humanity. Once Empyrean Divine Dream or Empyrean Vast Universe discover this, you will surely die without a grave. That is the reason why you are so nervous. You're afraid of the chance that any tiny bit of news will be revealed, even if it is just a tiny speck. Although Tian Mingzi didn't say anything, Lin Ming was able to confirm his guesses. You're quite the smart one. Tian Mingzi didn't plan to deny this fact, nor was he able to conceal it. No matter what Tian Mingzi said, all Lin Ming had to do was hand the corpse of that black-robed man over to Empyrean Divine Dream and she would instantly know the truth. As for whether Divine Dream would trust Lin Ming or Tian Mingzi, that was obvious. In other words, as long as Lin Ming returned to the Divine Realm, Tian Ming's life was over. Nether Limitless and the others were all shocked stupid as they listened to the exchange between Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi. In truth, they weren't too sure what the two were speaking about. But they weren't fools. From the meaning of Lin Ming and Tian Ming's words, it seemed as if Tian Mingzi had been undertaking some great matter, and this matter involved betraying humanity. If he were to be found out, many Empyreans would join forces to exterminate him. It was clear that this was the reason Tian Mingzi wanted to kill Lin Ming. It seemed that this weren't as simple as they had first assumed. Nether Limitless and the other 11 disciples all looked at each other, fear, worry, and dismay in their eyes. They were nothing but little shrimps in the big picture. If they were involved in such a massive vortex, there wouldn't even be bones left of them. And although their Skydark Holy Lands was a demonic path sect, they were still humans after all. To betray their own race. Nether Limitless and the others all felt weak in their heart. But they had already boarded the same ship as Tian Mingzi. If they were to betray Tian Mingzi, then their fates could be imagined. Tian Mingzi seemed as if he had no intention of bothering with Nether Limitless and the others. He only looked at Lin Ming and drew out a long black sword from his spatial ring. The sword handle had a strange shape and the blade was merely an inch wide and yet 8 feet long. It wasn't that much shorter than the Phoenix blood spear, and it resembled the sword of judgment held by the fabled god of death. Smart people always die early. As Tian Mingzi said this, he suddenly rushed forwards, his sword slashing down at Lin Ming. The void of the lower realms was cut apart like tofu. Because of the powers of the protection left behind by Empyrean Primordius, the cultivation of Tian Ming's avatar was limited to the peak of the late Divine Sea realm. He wasn't able to go any further, otherwise he would be restrained by the laws. In other words, Tianming's avatar had a Great World King's comprehension of the laws as well as the spirit body of a Great World King. However, the cultivation he used was at the late Divine Sea realm. This was already more than terrifying. In this dire situation, against such a formidable adversary, the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower bloomed in full behind Lin Ming. The phantom of the heretical god tree also appeared. Lin Ming instantly erupted with the limit of his strength. Heavenly Dao Judgment. The power of thunder and fire contained within the heretical god tree surged outwards, gathering in the sky and forming a terrifying storm of energy. Without hesitation, Lin Ming detonated it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, the fire and thunder hurtled downwards, colliding together with Tianming's sword light. A terrifying explosion swept through the void. Tianmingzi coldly smiled and waved his sleeves. Then, a strong veil of darkness fell down, as if a nightmare had fallen over this area and swallowed up the entire region. The incomparably thick darkness swallowed up Lin Ming's power of thunder and fire. Like this, his heavenly Dao judgment dissipated in the darkness. This was Tianming's darkness laws. With his Great World King level understanding of laws to compete with Lin Ming, he naturally had a great advantage. Peng! The spear light shattered and Lin Ming was sent flying backwards, blood wildly tumbling within his body. In that brief collision just now, he had suffered a light wound. Although this didn't affect his current combat strength, it confirmed the disparity between him and Tianmingzi. This battle was far too tricky. When Lin Ming fought Frost Dream was the incarnation of Divine Dream's sundered soul. Because of the amnesia of birth, her memories had been sealed away, thus her boundary in the laws was closer to Lin Ming's own. This was completely different from the current situation of Tianmingzi in front of him. With the spirit body of a Great World King, the laws of a Great World King, and also a cultivation that was a small boundary higher, Tianmingzi was far superior to Lin Ming. If this battle continued, then Lin Ming would die without a doubt. From within Tianming's body, a vast roiling demonic energy spread forth. This demonic energy condensed into countless demons, all of them enveloping an area of 10 miles. This was Tianming's 10,000 demon domain. Every demon lingered at the edges of the battlefield, completely blocking in this area of space. Although Tianmingzi didn't believe that Lin Ming had the ability to escape his grasp, he still opened the 10,000 demon domain and locked down this area in order to eliminate even the slightest chance of Lin Ming escaping. Lin Ming, your end has arrived. With my divine sea cultivation, I have used the 10,000 demon domain to create a cage around you. Although you possess the strength to break through this cage, I will not give you that chance. The moment you try, I will sever your head. As Tianmingzi spoke, he horizontally lifted the black sword in his hand. Demonic energy covered the blade, dense and dark. With Tianming's strength, he could do exactly what he said. If Lin Ming wanted to break through this 10,000 demon domain, he would be unable to resist Tianming's attacks. But, if he couldn't break through, then he would have to fight Tianmingzi here until he exhausted himself and died. Lin Ming held onto the phoenix blood seer, his palms slightly wet with sweat. However, his eyes were steady and calm. This was another life or death crisis that he had to face. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a terrifying thunderous rumble, above Tianming's head, a giant pagoda emerged out of thin air, slowly spinning around. This pagoda was the same one that Tianmingzi had used in the past to hold 10,000 masters of the divine realm, the catastrophic spirit treasure that helped him destroy the verdant feather holy lands. To obtain this divine pagoda was one of Tianming's greatest lucky chances. With a divine sea realm cultivation, Tianmingzi was naturally unable to activate the true divine pagoda. All he could do was bring out a projection instead. But even if this was a projection, its might was extraordinary. Tianming instantly formed thousands of seals with his hand. Then, this catastrophic divine pagoda began to come crashing down on Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming felt all of the space surrounding him being shaken by this divine pagoda, not giving him any chance to dodge. At the same time, Tianmingzi was like a demon god descending to the world as he rushed forwards, his long sword slashing through space. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. If he couldn't dodge, then he could only defend. In that moment opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit, and even the black hole seed within his inner world appeared. Facing Tian Ming's attack, it was impossible for Lin Ming to hold back. The black hole seed caused a massive storm of origin energy to lift up. As Lin Ming thrust out his spear, even the power of heavenly Tao judgment was fused into his spear without reservation. The spear light was like a black dragon as it struck against Tian Ming's sword strike. Eternal darkness. Chapter 1359, Burn. Chapter 1359, Burn. In the moment that the spear light and sword light crossed, the world changed colors and all light seemed to disappear. A wild and violent energy erupted outwards and the earth was blown apart as if a titanic hammer struck it. The world hollowed, forming a massive crater in the ground that was dozens of miles wide. Magma sprayed into the air, and even nearby mountains were flattened like collapsing sand dunes. This was a battle between extreme divine sea powerhouses, or, it was more accurate to say divine lord-level powerhouses. This was the terrifying battlefield they created on a world of the lower realms. Although this strength wasn't able to destroy a planet, wiping out all life here would simply be a matter of time. The energy shockwaves swept out for 1,000 miles before fading away. The earth was sundered and bubbling magma gushed out as if the world was bleeding. This was a ghastly sight. Strong winds howled through the air. Tian Ming's clothes fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of blood on Tian Ming's 8-foot-long sword. This blood belonged to Lin Ming. Stretching out his finger, Tian Mingzi stroked the sword edge and wiped away that trace of blood before gently licking it. At that time, Tian Ming's face, coupled with that scarlet blood, appeared increasingly monstrous. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear, his body floating dozens of miles away from Tian Mingzi. In that horrifying impact just now, his right arm had shattered and his left shoulder had also been pierced through by sword light. His collarbones were visible through his flesh, blood leaking down his arm and flowing over the phoenix blood spear like a wandering red snake. Tian Mingzi had severed his hand to form a flesh and blood avatar, and even added in a wisp of his soul to shape it. The strength of Tian Ming's avatar far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. If it weren't for Lin Ming practicing the body transformation technique, that strike just now would have turned him to mush. If this battle continued, then Lin Ming would undoubtedly die. Lin Ming. In Lin Ming's mind, Mo Eversnow's concerned and anxious voice echoed outwards. Currently, she wasn't able to help Lin Ming in any way. This made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Tian Mingzi was her absolute mortal enemy, someone whom she could not stand to live under the same skies with. After all sorts of strange circumstances and meandering paths, she had once again been forced into a desperate situation by him. Mo Eversnow had already died once, so she no longer cared about herself. But, how could she look on as Lin Ming died here? Mo Eversnow took a deep shuddering breath, unable to remain calm. Even her fingers faintly shivered. She rarely lost her composure like this. This wasn't because of fear, but because of hate. She hated Tian Mingzi to the extreme. Lin Ming, do you have a plan? Mo Eversnow said, forcefully suppressing the rage in her voice. I have no good method, I can only fight. After being locked down by Tian Mingzi and also covered in his 10,000 demon domain, Lin Ming was truly forced into a dead end. A moment ago, because Tian Mingzi had attacked with his all-out strength, the 10,000 demon domain had weakened for a brief moment, to the point that it could have been torn apart. However, Lin Ming had no way of diverting any attention to do that. As soon as the collision finished, that domain had vaguely floated back around Lin Ming, locking him back in a cage. In terms of domain ranks, whether it was the Grand Mist Space or the Divine Dream Space, both of them blew past the 10,000 demon domain. But, the essential difference was the disparity in cultivation and comprehension of laws. This caused Lin Ming to be unable to pressure Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi was someone who had lived for at least 50,000 years and Lin Ming was just over 30 years old. Lin Ming was only a fraction of Tian Mingzi's age, so how could there be any comparison between the heights in laws that they both reached? Separated by a distance of several dozen miles, Tian Mingzi began to casually walk through the void towards Lin Ming. Although his steps were slow, every step he took crossed 1 or 2 miles. In another 20 to 30 steps, he would reach Lin Ming. There was silence, only a terrible silence. The only sound that broke through the gloomy silence was the sound of Tian Ming's steps crossing through the void, as if the god of death were slowly approaching. In one more strike, Lin Ming would absolutely suffer a life-threatening wound. In the third strike, he might die. Mo Eversnow looked at Tian Mingzi slowly approaching, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, she suddenly said, "Lin Ming, in these past years my soul force has been restored a great deal, and as for you, through your training in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, your connection with the magic cube has become increasingly close. We can make an attempt together, to join our strength and stimulate the movement of the magic cube. If we can do that, then it will give us the opening we need to defeat Tian Mingzi," Mo Eversnow suddenly suggested. She actually wanted to galvanize the power of the magic cube to deal with Tian Mingzi. The magic cube had always been passively defending. Was it possible to activate it so that it could attack on its own? Lin Ming's mind stirred. At this time, he could only desperately struggle. The magic cube was a divine tool of soul attacks. If he could stimulate the movement of the magic cube and destroy the wisp of soul that Tian Mingzi left in his avatar, then his avatar would only have its spirit body remaining. Without Tian Mingzi's comprehensions of laws, the avatar would be nothing to fear. Lin Ming wanted to immediately agree and bet on this final tactic. But just as he was about to speak, he seemed to suddenly wake up. Did Mo Eversnow really think this was possible? In Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had indeed become closer to the magic cube. But, he also knew that he still fell far short of being able to stir its movements to kill an enemy. When Mo Eversnow had suggested that the two of them join their strength together to stimulate the magic cube, the truth was that this was only an excuse. In the end, Mo Eversnow wanted to rely on her own strength to activate the magic cube. In the past, when the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was destroyed, Mo Eversnow had stimulated the movement of the magic cube by using the entirety of her strength. Because of that, she had paid a deep price, even losing her body in the process. And that had been at her peak state. Now, with her current condition, there was only a single way for her to possibly arouse the magic cube, and that was to completely burn up her divine soul. With the price of her death, she would trade that for one final attack. This was absolutely not what Lin Ming wanted. He would rather fall beyond redemption and perish than allow Mo Eversnow to die like this. "Lin Ming, what are you still thinking about? This is our only chance. If Tian Mingzi attacks one more time, your injuries will be much heavier. At that time, even if we killed Tian Mingzi, we would be nothing but lamps without oil. At that point, even Nether Limitless and the others would be able to kill us." Mo Eversnow's voice was hurried. Lin Ming solemnly said, "Miss Mo, in Lin Ming's life, whether it is now or in the future, I will not have your sacrifice yourself for me. I will not use your death to exchange for my own life. To step onto the peak of martial arts is the goal that I have been chasing through in my life, but even that peak of martial arts is far inferior to Miss Mo's life." As Lin Ming said these words, Mo Eversnow was stunned. She didn't think that Lin Ming would see through her intentions. Indeed, from the very start she had never planned to rely on Lin Ming's strength. Rather, she wanted to burn away her divine soul and stimulate the magic cube, perishing together with Tian Ming's avatar. And now, as Lin Ming said these words, Mo Eversnow felt her heart inexplicably touched in the softest, most defenseless parts of her soul. She didn't know why, but she felt a twisting pain as a crystal-clear teardrop quietly fell down her cheek. "Big sister, why are you crying?" Within the magic cube space, the sleeping fishy seemed to sense something happening. She opened her eyes and saw that a tear had fallen down from the corner of Mo Eversnow's eye. Without knowing what happened, Fishy haplessly looked at Mo Eversnow. Then, she reached out her little hand and gently wiped away this single drop of soul tears. Eyes could cry. This could be sadness, but it could also be a lie, deceit, an act. But if a soul form were to cry, that would only be because they were sad to the extreme, grieving to the extreme, or perhaps, their heart was touched. Mo Eversnow softly patted Fish's head. She said in a gentle voice, "Big sister is all right. From now on, you must be a good girl and listen to your big brother Lin Ming's words." As she spoke, Mo Eversnow's body gradually floated upwards. In that instant, her soul form began to slowly flash. Beautiful and enchanting blue and white rays of light radiated from Mo Eversnow's body, dazzling to the eyes. She was burning her divine soul. "Miss Mo, you!" Lin Ming urgently cried out, alarmed. "Lin Ming, do you know? 50,000 years ago, I had to watch with my own eyes as the verdant Father Holy Lands was destroyed in front of me. I lacked the strength, and was unable to stop Tian Mingzi. At that time, the verdant Feather Holy Lands was the most important thing to me. My family and my foundation, my everything was there. Now, 50,000 years later, I must watch once more as Tian Mingzi destroys you, and right now, you are the most important person in my life. I will not allow this cycle to repeat itself once more. I will not. I won't." As Mo Eversnow spoke, her strength constantly flowed into the magic cube. Lin Ming could even feel the magic cube beating within his body, as if it were about to fly out from within him. "You have your determination, but I have my oath. If you die, there is no reason for me to continue living on." Mo Eversnow's voice was incomparably firm and resolute. The palpitations of the magic cube became increasingly intense. The truth was that the magic cube had no master. As the crystallized form of the universe's divine, there was no mortal that was able to completely control it. And, in terms of being able to control the power of the magic cube, Mo Eversnow far surpassed Lin Ming. At the moment that Mo Eversnow started to burn her own soul, Lin Ming felt an indescribably heart-rending pain tear through his body, as if there was something exploding within his inner whirl. He could not allow Mo Eversnow to continue. He could not allow her to burn her divine soul. Right now, Mo Eversnow only had her divine soul remaining. Once she burnt that, she would truly perish. Not even a true divinity would be able to save her. In this moment, an indescribably wild and brutal strength ignited within Lin Ming's body, exploding outward. The implacable black hole seed came to a grinding halt before it rapidly began to spin in reverse. From that black hole seed, which originally nothing could escape, a torrential amount of energy began gushing forth. "Tian Mingzi, I'll kill you!" Lin Ming roared out. A gargantuan amount of energy began to swell forth from his body. If he didn't release this energy, his body would explode. Peng peng peng. Lin Ming's blood vessels ruptured and blood rained down. All of his strength was poured into the Phoenix Blood Spear. The Phoenix Blood Spear began to keen in excitement, as if a true dragon was awakening within it. "In the past, you were the one to protect me. And now, I should be the one to protect you. No matter what, whether in the past, in the present, or in the future, I will not watch you burn your soul and die for me. Even if I must overdraw my life, even if I must fall here, I will defeat Tian Mingzi." In that moment, all sounds faded away from Lin Ming's mind. All he could hear was the clarion cry of his own mind. "My life's blood essence, burn for me," Lin Ming roared. In that moment, he began to burn his blood essence without reservation. A full 50% of his blood essence began to combust. Even if Lin Ming had perfectly opened the gates of life and death, he absolutely could not withstand such a consumption of blood essence. "Lin Ming, you..." Mo Eversnow froze. Burning 50% of his blood essence, what sort of concept was that? Did he not think of the ramifications? Lin Ming truly didn't care about any consequences right now. If he couldn't stop the magic cube from activating, then he could only defeat Tian Mingzi. With half his blood essence as the price, this was Lin Ming's last stand. The sky trembled and the earth began to moan in grief. The power of thunder, the power of fire, the power of space, the power of time, all strengths gathered within Lin Ming's spear light. At this moment, any technique had lost meaning. This was Lin Ming's ultimate attack that came at the price of burning his own life. "What? You actually..." With a superiority in all aspects and controlling the entire situation so far, Tian Mingzi had held utter confidence. But now, as he saw Lin Ming suddenly erupt with such a terrifying striking power, even his complexion paled. "Samsara of the heavens and earth, the myriad laws shall die out, only my demonic path shall remain immortal and forever." Tian Mingzi's hands formed Tao patterns in the air. In front of him, a grey wheel appeared. This will had tens of thousands of seal, each seal seeming to contain its own world. With tens of thousands of charms, it was like facing tens of thousands of worlds. Heaven-absorbing demon art, counterforce. Tian Mingzi had used the transcendent divine might belonging to Empyrean Demon Dawn. In the past, Tian Mingzi had entered Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace and studied the heaven-absorbing demon art from Empyrean Demon Dawn. Although this transcendent divine might was the same one that Xiao Moxian used, it was actually far more formidable. The heaven-absorbing demon art could suck in others' abilities and then dissolve these abilities with demonic strength before using them to strike back at the enemy. Heaven-absorbing demon art counterforce was one of the attack states of the heaven-absorbing demon art. Underneath the hands of Xiao Moxian, the energy gushing forth from the heaven-absorbing demon art was able to form a vortex of energy. But in Tian Mingzi's control, it was actually able to form a demon god disc. In that moment, Lin Ming's long spear smashed into the demon god disc. A terrifying divine light shot out, piercing through the heavens, sundering the earth. In that horrifying explosion, Tian Mingzi's 10,000 demon domain was completely destroyed. Puff. The moment that the 10,000 demon domain was destroyed, Tian Mingzi suffered a tremendous backlash that caused him to vomit blood. As Tian Mingzi spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, he couldn't believe his own eyes. Lin Ming, with his middle divine sea cultivation, had actually wounded his avatar, who possessed the law comprehensions of a great world king as well as the spirit body of a great world king. Ka. Underneath Lin Ming's attack, a final strike that cost half his blood essence, this demon god disc also began to crack. What? Tian Mingzi was shocked. He began to withdraw, but it was far too late. The phoenix blood spear rushed forth like a raging azure dragon, shattering that demon god disc and hurtling past its broken pieces, thrusting straight towards Tian Mingzi's heart. Do you really think this strike can kill me? Tian Mingzi shouted out loud as he brought his sword slashing down on Lin Ming's spear light. Bang! Spear light and sword light collided. All sounds faded away. Tian Mingzi only felt a powerful force wash through him, sending his sword flying away. The meridians in his body had broken apart in countless places and blood poured out from his mouth, gushing into the skies. In this strike, he had truly been grievously wounded by Lin Ming. A middle divine sea realm junior had broken his own domain and even severely wounded his avatar at the same time. Tian Mingzi found this impossible to believe. And several hundred miles away, this final strike had been seen by Nether Limitless and the others. All of them were incomparably shocked. They would never have dreamed that Lin Ming was powerful to such a degree that even their honorable master would be wounded to such an extent. As Nether Limitless looked lost and dazed, there was a flash in front of his eyes. A figure seemed to teleport right in front of him. This person's body was bathed in blood. He was like an Azura demon that had crawled up from the blood ponds of hell. Lin Ming. Nether Limitless' body stiffened. At this moment, there was an excruciating pain in his chest. As he looked down, he saw Lin Ming's right hand had penetrated into his chest and grabbed onto his beating heart. Chapter 1360, Devil. Chapter 1360, Devil. No. Nether Limitless' voice trembled. His two hands gripped Lin Ming's forearms, a look of panic and fear coloring his eyes. Nether Limitless' entire body was shaking. The feeling of having his heart gripped by someone, able to be crushed at any time, was simply indescribably horrible. No matter who it was, death was frightening. This was especially true for young and handsome elites like Nether Limitless who had a long and gloried future awaiting them. Why, for what? Blood began to spill out from the corners of Nether Limitless' lips. He couldn't understand why after Lin Ming severely wounded Tian Mingzi, he hadn't continued his onslaught but had instead decided to kill him. Puff! Lin Ming suddenly extracted his palm, blood shooting outwards. In that moment, Nether Limitless' heart had been torn to shreds by Lin Ming. Nether Limitless' body shook, his vision suddenly blurring. And as Lin Ming pulled back his hand, something appeared within his palm. This was Nether Limitless' spatial ring. Pang! The ring exploded, shattering to pieces. A massive number of magic tools, weapons, pills, and all sorts of wealth and treasures were scattered about. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ming instantly picked out a shuttle-type magic tool from this random bunch of items. This was the space shuttle that Tian Mingzi had given to Nether Limitless. It was a magic tool that could be used to teleport through the void for short distances. Although this space shuttle had no attack power, it was still a very high-grade spirit treasure. Before this, Nether Limitless had used this item to overtake Lin Ming. To any martial artist below the Divine Lord realm, traveling with this space shuttle was several times faster than flying at full speed. This was especially true for Lin Ming, who was severely wounded right now. He had even burnt half of his blood essence. Without this space shuttle, trying to escape would be harder than fleeing to heaven. So, this is what you wanted. Nether Limitless glazed over eyes looked at the space shuttle in Lin Ming's hand. His vision was becoming increasingly fuzzy. Finally, he fell down from the skies. As he fell, his hand reached out as if he wanted to grasp something in the air. He wasn't willing to just drop down like this. Or, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he wasn't willing to perish like this. If you wanted this, you could have told me. If you didn't say, then how would I know? This ridiculous and random thought flashed through Nether Limitless' mind. Then, he crashed onto the scorched land, his blood splashing out with a big plop. Lin Ming simply didn't bother paying any more attention to him. He brutally wiped off the spirit mark that Nether Limitless kept in the space shuttle with the Divine Dream Law, and then activated it with his space laws, instantly escaping into the void. Currently, with Lin Ming's perfect 5th-level space laws, wanting to unravel the utilization of this space shuttle wasn't difficult at all. And all around Lin Ming, the other 11 disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands did not dare to block his way at all. All of them kept silent, afraid to move. They were afraid that they would suffer the same fate as Nether Limitless. It wasn't that Lin Ming didn't wish to kill off Tian Ming's avatar, but that strike just now had come at the cost of burning half his blood essence. For him to do this again was impossible, because if he did, that would mean burning all of the essence energy he possessed. At that time, not even a god would be able to save him, and now, taking advantage of the grievously wounded Tian Mingzi and also the remaining strength from burning his blood essence, Lin Ming did the only thing left to him, and that was to escape. Even a grievously wounded Tian Mingzi wasn't someone he could deal with. If they had continued to fight, then in less than 3 breaths of time, the strength he gained from combusting his blood essence would have disappeared. At that time, Lin Ming would only be able to sit where he was and die. From the area that Lin Ming left, Tian Mingzi slowly floated upwards, his sword in his hand. His bodily flesh was ruined and he had less than 30% of his original strength remaining. It wasn't that he didn't want to block Lin Ming's attack, but that he couldn't. When Lin Ming burnt his blood essence, he had temporarily reached a level of strength that surpassed Tian Mingzi himself. Tian Mingzi's movements were slow. Without any expression, a strong aura exuded from his entire body. This was killing intent. A terrifying killing intent seemed to substantialize into essence within the void, locking down the surrounding space. To Tian Mingzi, if Lin Ming were allowed to escape, his fate could be imagined. Now, all of the anger in his heart was swelling forth as killing intent. As the other 11 disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands saw Tian Mingzi's current state, all of them turned pale. This was because a moment ago, due to their fear, they did not dare to hinder Lin Ming. Now, they feared that Tian Mingzi would vent his anger upon them. The present Tian Mingzi gave off a feeling as if he were a wounded beast that had lost all rationale. Now that Lin Ming had escaped, it would be difficult to catch up to him. Tian Mingzi only had his avatar right now. Although the avatar of a peerless powerhouse was fierce, it had a fatal flaw: the total amount of energy it had was limited. Every bit used meant that much less. Not just that, but once an avatar was seriously wounded, it wasn't able to restore itself. The nature of an ordinary avatar was that it was similar to a puppet. It was a one-time use creation. Once an avatar was formed, there was also a time limit. As long as they existed, they would continue to expend energy at all times. This also doomed Tian Mingzi to not be able to catch up to Lin Ming. With less than 30% of his strength left and also with severe injuries, his strength would continue dwindling away until there was nothing left. And wasn't wanting to chase Lin Ming easier said than done? To Tian Ming's true form, a treasure like a space shuttle was useless, without any meaning at all. But in the lower realms, Tian Ming's avatar only had a divine sea realm cultivation. If this avatar were still in its peak state, then it would still be able to just barely maintain the same speed as the space shuttle, but now, wanting to overtake it was simply impossible. Once Tian Ming's avatar faded away, wanting to rely on these remaining 11 disciples to find him and capture him wasn't realistic at all. Even if they faced the weakened Lin Ming who had burnt half his blood essence, even if he were wounded so seriously that he couldn't recover for years, and even if these injuries were so deep that they affected his future cultivation, they still wouldn't be able to face him. All of them were frightened by Lin Ming. As the disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands realized this, they became increasingly horrified. This mission might end in failure. As for the heavy injuries that Tian Ming's avatar suffered, all of this would be reflected on Tian Ming's true self. When he took back his avatar, his cultivation would inevitably suffer damage. How could they dare to withstand Tian Ming's anger? Master, save me. An extremely weak and raspy voice came out. If these people present weren't martial artists with a high cultivation, they simply wouldn't have heard it. This was the voice of Nether Limitless. He actually hadn't died yet, but was stubbornly clinging onto his last fading dregs of life. The fear of death was enough to push one past the barriers of all other things they feared. Thus, even though Nether Limitless was facing this Tian Mingzi that was like a wild and wounded animal, he still called out to him for help. His life was rapidly fading away. Tian Mingzi lowered his head, glancing at Nether Limitless. He waved his hand and Nether Limitless' body flew forth until it was right in front of Tian Mingzi. Honorable Master, save me. I don't want to die. Nether Limitless knew that if Tian Ming's true self was here, saving him wouldn't be a problem. But as for his avatar, Tian Mingzi didn't have any expression on his face. His killing intent was hidden and his anger seemed to have subsided. Limitless, do you know why I had you bring my ring to the Sky Spill planet? As Tian Mingzi asked this, Nether Limitless was simply an endless ocean of confusion. He didn't even have the ability to think about this question. But as for everyone else, they were all stunned. Yes, why did Tian Mingzi have the 12 of them bring his avatar to the Sky Spill planet? In truth, Tian Ming's avatar could definitely descend to the Sky Spill planet by himself. These people originally thought that Tian Mingzi wanted to save the energy and lifespan of his avatar. Thus, he had sent them here so that the search for Lin Ming could be performed by them, and Tian Mingzi would be responsible for fighting. But now, listening to the meaning behind his words, it wasn't as simple as this. Save me. Nether Limitless could no longer understand Tian Ming's words. He simply emptily reached out a hand as if he wanted to hold on to Tian Mingzi. This was the same as a drowning person reaching out one last time for some final hope to appear. This avatar cannot absorb origin energy from the world and turn it into true essence, nor does it have any restorative ability. Once my spirit body has been damaged, I am unable to repair it. Although I was confident in defeating Lin Ming, I feared that there might be some accident. And if an accident occurred, like now, then I would need some ready-made flesh and blood and ready-made energy to replenish myself. Thus, I brought all you here. Tian Mingzi unhurriedly spoke, as if he was casually bringing them out to eat dinner. But as these words fell into the ears of those present, they all felt as if they had fallen into a lake of ice, their hands and feet turning ice cold. Tian Mingzi wanted to treat them as food. The reason they were brought to the Sky Spill planet was to serve as reserve food. Master, save me. Nether Limitless' lips were pallid. As he spoke, his mind was in utter chaos. Tian Mingzi faintly smiled and then thrust out his hand like a bolt of lightning. Puff! His hand punctured into Nether Limitless' chest, grasping onto Nether Limitless' already broken heart. Master! Master! After having his heart grasped again, even if his mind was in chaos, he still had a slight response. His eyes glazed over, dull and vacant. Limitless, mortals give birth to children so that during their old age, they have someone to care for them. So that after they are buried, their flesh and blood can continue to exist in society. But as for me, I wish for eternal life, so what use are children to me? Your life comes from me, and now, I will take it back. As Qian Mingzi spoke, a black vortex suddenly appeared around his hand. This black vortex completely covered nether limitless, heaven-absorbing demon art. Qian Mingzi used Empyrean Demon Dawn's transcendent divine might. It could absorb the strength of others to be used for oneself. At this time, nether limitless was incomparably weak without the least bit of ability to resist. All of his energy, his flesh and blood essence, all of it was sucked up by Qian Mingzi. As Qian Mingzi's strength rapidly restored itself, nether limitless life vitality rapidly faded. His eyes turned dark gray, sinking deep into their sockets. His hair withered and his skin wrinkled and dried up. This was just like a mortal man instantly aging 100 years, rapidly deteriorating. With Qian Mingzi's flesh and blood being nourished, his less than 30% remaining strength was now restored to over 40%. The other disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands trembled in fear as they saw this. Qian Mingzi's majesty and power were far too heavy. If Qian Mingzi wanted to kill them, they would be slaughtered like ducks and chickens in a cage. How could ducks and chickens have the strength to resist? Scatter and flee. A disciple shouted out. Several people seemed to wake from a daze. They realized that they would absolutely die if they stayed, but if they ran away, there was a slim chance of survival. The lot of you really believe you can escape? Qian Mingzi cruelly smiled. At this time, a thick demonic energy lifted up in the air, completely locking down the space of the surrounding area. This was Qian Mingzi's domain, the eternal demon domain. These disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands desperately attacked the eternal demon domain, but it was simply impossible for them to shake it. Let's fight him. A disciple shouted out. He turned around and hurtled towards Qian Mingzi. Chapter 1361. Once more into the bloodslaughter steps. Chapter 1361. Once more into the bloodslaughter steps. When pushed into a corner, even a bunny would bite back. With a disciple taking the lead, some people immediately risked their lives to attack Qian Mingzi. Qian Mingzi sneered. Right now he was indeed seriously wounded, but even if he only had 40% of his original strength left, he was still on the same level of strength as Lin Ming in his peak state. How could these young disciples of the Skydark Holy Lands possibly hope to contend with him? Bang! The power of the domain erupted. The two disciples in the lead suddenly felt the energy within their bodies be completely suppressed by Qian Mingzi's domain. Qian Mingzi grasped both of their foreheads. Heaven-absorbing demon art. A black line shined forth. The two young elites had all of their blood vitality and energy directly drained dry by Qian Mingzi. Honorable Master, please forgive us. These young disciples didn't have the courage to face Qian Mingzi to begin with, and now that they saw just how great the disparity of strength was between them, that tiny bit of confidence they had left completely crumbled. They all knelt to the floor and began to beg for mercy. Qian Mingzi's complexion was coldly indifferent. You already know far too much. Although I can make a heart demon oath to restrain you, you will inevitably be captured by others and have your souls searched. If that were to happen, my affairs would naturally be exposed. If you can kindly and quietly die right now, I will treat your families well. As Qian Mingzi spoke, his hands formed a wheel in the air. This was the wheel disc evolved from the heaven-absorbing demon art. As the young disciples saw this, their faces turned ash-gray with despair, their hearts and minds quaking. No matter what they did, no matter what they said, it wouldn't avert their inevitable deaths. Every disciple of the Skydark Holy Lands was swallowed up by this wheel disc, turning into pure blood vitality and energy that was then absorbed by Qian Mingzi. Qian Mingzi felt his strength rapidly restoring itself. Miserable wails and pained howls echoed through the skies. In just a moment, all 12 disciples that had been sent to the Sky Spill Planet had been sucked dry by Qian Mingzi. 12 geniuses of a great world king influence had died a tragic and violent death. Qian Mingzi didn't care about these losses at all. To most world king influences, the reason they raised the new generation and trained the elites was all for the future posterity of their family and their sect. They hoped that once the older generation declined, The new one would take their place and allow their sect to carry on into a brighter future. But to Tian Mingzi, the reason he raised juniors was only to raise underlings and increase the number of chess pieces he had. He needed them for key moments in order to complete his plans. And now was the time to use these juniors. Even though they were also a world king Holy Land, there was such a difference. This was because Tian Mingzi's ambitions were far too great. He wanted to become a true divinity and seek the road to eternal life. The reason he founded the Skydark Holy Lands was all in order to create a tool to aid him in the future. If necessary, he was willing to discard the entire Skydark Holy Lands, and what did it matter to him if he did? After absorbing these 12 disciples, Tian Mingzi's strength returned. He wasn't any weaker than he was when he first battled Lin Ming. But in comparison, Lin Ming had already burnt half his blood essence and had received major wounds. Underneath these completely distortional physical states, the disparity between them was even more obvious. Whoosh! The dazzling shuttle flashed through the void. In every blink of the eye, Lin Ming crossed 300 to 400 miles. The shuttle passed through the void again and again. After innumerable times, when Lin Ming pierced through the void once more, vast and boundless blood-red plains were presented before him. Gloomy red clouds hung low above the plains, as if they were about to drop blood. All of the surroundings seemed constrained and depressed. These plains were called the Blood Slaughter Steppe. After so many years away, Lin Ming had finally reappeared. As Lin Ming entered the Blood Slaughter Steppes, his body violently shook. He nearly fell down from the space shuttle. At this time, his nose and ears were dripping blood. His face was whiter than paper and his body was shivering. Lin Ming. In the magic cube space, the corners of Mo Eversnow's eyes were wet with tears. When Mo Eversnow had first begun combusting her soul, Lin Ming had felt a heart-piercing and gut-wrenching pain, both physical and emotional. But when Lin Ming had burnt half his blood essence, Mo Eversnow was also heartbroken. To burn half his blood essence at once, that was something that would greatly affect Lin Ming's future accomplishments. This loss was far too great. Lin Ming, why would you do that? In that battle, you burned half your blood essence. Do you know how bright your future is? But because of this, Lin Ming's desperate gamble had indeed won them a slim chance of survival. But in Mo Eversnow's eyes, this slim chance might not be able to be sustained. For this unknown chance to save her and him, he had paid such a deep and painful price. Mo Eversnow felt a deep sadness in her heart because of this. She transformed into a soul form in front of Lin Ming, gently stroking his cheeks. In her eyes, brilliant crystalline tears shined like diamonds. If I burn my blood essence, I can still find ways to make up for it. But Miss Mo, if you truly burnt your soul, you would have perished there. Even if I stepped into the realm of true divinity in the future, there would still be nothing I could do. At this time, Lin Ming was bleeding from every orifice and his face was as pale as paper. But even so, he was still gently smiling. This smiling face was just like the honest expression of a neighborhood boy, as bright and warm as the rays of the sun. It was a rarely seen emotion on Lin Ming's face. As Mo Eversnow saw this smile, her heart was touched once more. Lin Ming, from now on, please call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Lin Ming had already joined the Verdant Feather Holy Lands, and in the future, when the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was reconstructed, he and Mo Eversnow would come from the same sect. It was right for him to call her Senior Apprentice Sister. Of course, Senior Apprentice Sister. Lin Ming suddenly said. He didn't like to call her Miss Mo because he felt that this name was too distant, like a stranger. Even so, if he didn't call her Miss Mo, he didn't know what else to call her. He naturally couldn't call by her name, Eversnow. Throughout all these years, Mo Eversnow had the status of a half-master to him, and in Lin Ming's mind, he held nothing but the greatest respect for her. As Lin Ming saw Mo Eversnow still anxious, he said, Senior Apprentice Sister, rest assured that even if I burnt 50% of my blood essence, or even burnt 70% of my blood essence, as long as I don't die, I can still become an Empyrean in the future and become a true divinity. Although it is difficult to restore my blood essence after burning so much, it isn't an impossible feat. Although Lin Ming said this, Mo Eversnow felt a heaviness in her heart. Restoring his blood essence, Wasn't that easier said than done? The stronger a martial artist was, the more vivid and vibrant their blood vitality was, the more difficult it was to restore their blood essence. If one was a lower realms life destruction martial artist with an extremely sloppy foundation, then they could restore their blood essence in the lower realms by finding some heavenly materials. Of course, these so-called heavenly materials would be nothing but scraps to the geniuses of a great world king Holy Land, something that they wouldn't bother picking up if they saw it on the side of the road. This was also reasonable. For a lower realms life destruction martial artist, even if they burnt all of their blood essence without a single drop remaining, how much strength could they possibly display? But for someone like Lin Ming, not only was his foundation incomparably solid and deep, but his blood vitality, his fires of life, were like raging flames that would never subside. Wanting to restore his blood essence would be extremely difficult. Even if Lin Ming opened the gate of life and gained the ability to restore his blood essence, the most he could restore was 10 to 20%. Mo Eversnow seemed to want to say something, but Lin Ming first said, "Senior apprentice sister, there is no need to speak. I have already considered everything, it's just that there are many matters that even I am unsure of what will happen." As Lin Ming spoke, his complexion immediately changed. Just now, he felt a strong sense lock onto him. This sense was just like a leech latching onto his body, it was impossible for him to shield against it. This sense was gloomy, dreadful, and powerful. There was no need to consider who it came from, there could only be one person, Tian Mingzi. Lin Ming never expected that his attack that cost half his blood essence would be able to destroy Tian Mingzi's avatar. But, he never imagined that Tian Mingzi would recover so quickly, and would even be chasing after him right now. At this time, Lin Ming's situation was extremely poor. If he was overtaken, there would be nothing awaiting him but death. Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow saw Lin Ming's changing expression and correctly guessed that Tian Mingzi had locked onto him. Tian Mingzi was simply far too formidable and he had studied countless different arcane abilities. After remembering a person's aura, no matter if they ascended to heaven or hell, he could still track them down. The only possibility for Lin Ming to prevent this was if he cultivated the divine dream law's appearance-changing technique to the point of shifting his bones and even changing the aura of his soul. But now, his proficiency in this skill was far too lacking. Go! Lin Ming activated the space shuttle to tear through the void once more. In just an incense stick of time after Lin Ming disappeared, at the point where he had been standing, the void was torn open. A black-robed Tian Mingzi slowly walked out. Although his avatar only had a divine sea realm cultivation, he didn't need a magic tool to shift through the void of the lower realms and chase Lin Ming. This wasn't because Lin Ming's space shuttle was slow, but because Tian Mingzi's space laws were far too fierce. Although the cultivation of his avatar was lacking, it had actually inherited the laws of Tian Mingzi's true body. These planes. Tian Mingzi stopped where he was, not immediately entering. He could make out the strangeness of the blood slaughter steps with a single glance. By all reasoning, this was a place that shouldn't exist in the worlds of the lower realms. However, as he thought of the ash-grey light barrier that surrounded the entirety of the Sky Spill planet, he could accept this. Could it be that the unknown master who laid down the barrier to protect the Sky Spill continent did so because of these red planes? These planes have the aura of a curse. Could this be left behind by the transcendent divine might, the god curse art? Tian Mingzi thought to himself. His intuition was not wrong, the blood slaughter steps was indeed cursed. In the Holy Demon continent, the blood slaughter steps was known as a forbidden land for all high-stage life destruction martial artists and above. If a high-stage life destruction martial artist were to enter, they would be fine at the start, but afterwards they would eventually suffer a tragic and miserable death in the future. This was the result of a curse. Once or twice couldn't be considered anything at all. But, in the past, many divine sea masters of the Holy Demon continent, demon emperors, fey emperors, and countless others, had been killed off by the curse of the blood slaughter steps. After that, there was no high-stage life destruction martial artist that dared to enter the blood slaughter steps. Thus, the blood slaughter steps and the sky-split towers here were all considered a great arena for martial artists below the life destruction realm. 4 high-stage life destruction martial artists and divine sea martial artists, Unless they became 12-winged heavenly demons beforehand in the sky-split towers, they would be cursed by the blood slaughter steps. God curse art. This shouldn't have been deliberately used. Rather, two extreme masters once battled here, and one of them used the God curse art. The aftermath of that battle covered this entire region, cursing this land. What a terrifying transcendent divine might. Even after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years, this land still remains affected as before, without the curse dissipating. Tian Mingzi's avatar had inherited the experiences of his true self. He quickly realized the reason for this cursed land. In the past, those characters that fought were likely Empireans. But even if they were Empireans and the aftermath of their battle was spread out here, it should still have faded away with time. Chapter 1362, Into the Eternal Demon Abyss Once More. Chapter 1362, Into the Eternal Demon Abyss Once More. It was for a full half hour that Tian Mingzi stood quietly in front of the blood slaughter steps. Only then did he start to slowly fly in. The remaining curse of an Empyrean master, even if it wasn't done on purpose, and even if it was just the aftermath from a great battle 100,000 years ago, still had to be dealt with carefully. Of course, it was Tian Mingzi's avatar that was entering the blood slaughter steps, and it would be his avatar that withstood the curse. Even if his avatar wasn't able to avoid the power of the curse, it wouldn't instantly kill him upon entering. The power of this kind of curse would often take days, weeks, or even months before it manifested into a visible role. If Lin Ming flew in here, does that mean there is something special about this place? Could these blood-red plains possibly be the reason why Lin Ming was able to become the #1 genius of the divine realm, even though he originated from the lower realms? Tian Mingzi couldn't help but think of this. He felt increasingly sure that this trip to the Sky Spill planet was the right choice. Who would have thought that a world of the lower realms would actually possess such a heaven-shaking secret? Lin Ming, I thought you were a dark star, but I never imagined you would be my lucky star too. Without you, how would I know about the lucky chances here? But what a pity, no matter what secrets you possess, all of them will be mine, ha ha ha. Tian Mingzi laughed out loud. As he flew into the blood slaughter steps, his speed increased. At this time, at one of the blood slaughter steps' 12 sky-split towers, Polaris Tower. On Polaris Tower's 4th floor, in an extravagant grand hall, 7 or 8 old men in long robes were sitting around a circular table, discussing the candidacy of a new High Lord. The supreme master of a sky-split tower was the Tower Master, but beneath the Tower Master were the High Lords. These High Lords were all previous geniuses of the sky-split towers. After passing through countless life or death massacres, they slowly climbed to the position of a High Lord. These 7 or 8 High Lords hadn't been in their position for very long. If one had to think of a reason, it was because of the great catastrophe that occurred at the blood slaughter steps 10 years ago. Because of the catastrophe, several Tower Masters, even more High Lords, and the previous Steps Master himself had died. The Steps Master had been replaced by a human, causing the leadership of the 12 sky-split towers to be reshuffled. That sort of terrifying earthquake had never happened even in the last 10,000 years of the blood slaughter step. And the current Steps Master was incomparably mysterious. Since becoming the Steps Master, he had yet to be seen. Some rumors said that he had closed up deep in seclusion, and some rumors said that he had entered the eternal demon abyss. There were even some people that said he had broken through the void with his martial arts and ascended. But, no matter which view it was, there was one thing that everyone agreed upon, and that was that the current Steps Master was one of the most terrifying existences in the entirety of the Holy Demon Continent. The current Tower Master of Polaris Tower was someone who had climbed up the chaos left behind by that disaster. His strength was decent to begin with, and it was said that he had the support of the current Steps Master. Thus, his prestige had soared to the heavens, and even the several supervisory elders of the blood slaughter steps treated him as an equal. Facing this Tower Master that held true power, the High Lords present were all cautious and in awe. They were afraid to meet the eyes of the Polaris Tower Master. The candidacy of a new High Lord was an important matter for any sky-split tower. The other High Lords were all slowly waiting for the final decision of the Polaris Tower Master. As the Polaris Tower Master was about to say something, the entire meeting hall shook. The power of space suddenly violently shook. There were High Lords that understood the space laws, but even they couldn't understand just why such a terrifying aura had covered the entire meeting hall. What is happening? Everyone was shocked. There was a giant protective array formation that surrounded the periphery of Polaris Tower, and the inside was also covered with layers upon layers of array formations with countless protections. Numerous array formations protected the meeting hall in a giant sphere. They just couldn't understand why a dreadful aura suddenly shrouded the entire area. Who is it? The Polaris Tower Master immediately stood up, his hand tracing his spatial ring. At this time, in front of everyone, the void was torn apart and a young man with a pale face and black robes fell down from a space shuttle, appearing in the meeting hall like a ghost. As the people present saw this, their eyes widened like dishes. There were no transmission arrays in the meeting hall. If this black-robed man hadn't gone through a transmission array, then could he have actually torn through the void with his bare hands and directly teleported here? Not just that, but the meeting hall and sky-split tower itself was filled with layers of array formations. Could a late Divine Sea Realm Master really be so terrifying? As the leader of the people here, the Polaris Tower Master had a nervous expression. In facing such an uninvited visitor, they were all in a critical situation. However, as he saw Lin Ming's face, he was completely startled. The horror and fear on his face immediately changed into shock and incredulous disbelief. At once, a deep sense of awe and reverence swelled up within him. He knelt upon the ground. Subordinate greets the Steps Master. The Polaris Tower Master recognized Lin Ming. When Lin Ming killed the last Steps Master, he had appointed new supervisory elders and tower masters. The Polaris Tower Master had been one of these people. As for the so-called support of the Steps Master, that was the spell that Lin Ming had implanted within their bodies. If they had the thought of ever betraying Lin Ming, the spell would activate and they would be reduced to ash. But it was because of this relationship that they were able to be thought of as trusted subordinates of Lin Ming. This was because of the spell in their bodies. If someone dared to kill them, Lin Ming would also know of this, and nobody in the entire Blood Slaughter Steps had the courage to move against Lin Ming. Lin Ming's fame and prestige was far too great. Initially, he had broken through the traps of his enemies and slaughtered them like chickens. Even under the onslaught of 2 Divine Sea Masters, Lin Ming had still killed them. As for the others, all he had to do was open his domain and they all died. Against such a terrifying character, how could anyone dare to revolt? Steps Master? This black-clothed youth is the mythical Steps Master, one of the peak existences of the entire Holy Demon continent. As the other High Lords heard the Polaris Tower Master call out Lin Ming's name, they were all stunned speechless. This sort of feeling was the same as an ordinary Holy Lord of the Divine Realm suddenly encountering a peak Empyrean. Several of them immediately kneeled on the ground, but some others were frozen solid. Open the transmission array, I must go to the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming succinctly said, not bothering with how the other people here responded. Time was of the essence. He could feel Tian Mingzi approaching him faster and faster. Eternal demon abyss. The Polaris Tower Master asked in a daze. The eternal demon abyss is currently undergoing a period of eruption. If you go there now, every dozen years or so, or even several dozen years, the eternal demon abyss would erupt. These eruptions did not come at a fixed time, and once the eternal demon abyss erupted, everything inside would perish. At the same time, after every eruption, a massive number of demon god bones and other treasures would spew forth from deep within the eternal demon abyss. These were treasures that people from the Blood Slaughter Steps would risk their lives to obtain. Lin Ming frowned. The eternal demon abyss was extremely mystical. Although his strength wasn't comparable at all to that of the weak martial artists of the lower realms, in his current state, it was hard to predict what would happen when he ventured into the eternal demon abyss. Open it, Lin Ming said without hesitation. Although there was danger when the eternal demon abyss erupted, there was still a slim ray of hope. But if he were to be overtaken by Tian Mingzi, that was certain death. Yes, yes. The Polaris Tower Master quickly nodded as he rushed to the eternal demon abyss transmission array. After putting blood demon crystals in the sockets, the transmission array began to start. As the transmission array activated, a faint voice resounded near the ear of the Polaris Tower Master. There will be a powerhouse soon catching up. If you don't want to be caught up in the chaos and die, then hurry up and leave. The Polaris Tower Master was stunned. A powerhouse? He didn't know who Lin Ming was speaking of, but it was clear from his meaning that this person could easily annihilate everyone here. Lin Ming believed that Tian Mingzi would appear directly at this transmission array. If there was no one here, then Tian Mingzi naturally wouldn't kill everyone on the other levels of Skysplit Tower. He would be chasing Lin Ming at full speed. The moment before Lin Ming's figure vanished, he flicked a seal from his fingers. This seal was formed from the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation. After it fell onto the transmission array, it exploded upon impact, completely ruining the transmission array. The eternal demon abyss was buried deep underneath the 12 Skysplit Towers. If one didn't use a transmission array, then although there were still ways to enter, it would be very troublesome. Lin Ming didn't believe that destroying this transmission array would be enough to stop Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi was skilled in the space laws. Even if he had to tunnel tens of thousands of miles downwards, it would still take only a brief period of time. Lin Ming destroying the transmission array left the Polaris Tower Master frightened. He didn't know what was happening, but he immediately did as Lin Ming said and quickly left this level. After half an hour passed, a black light flashed in the area where Lin Ming and the Polaris Tower Master had been standing. Space was torn apart and a black-clothed Tian Mingzi appeared. He glanced at the destroyed transmission array, a demonic smile splitting his face. He put away the space shuttle and began flying towards the center of the eternal demon abyss. At this point, there was no time to delay. His injuries were great, and now that he couldn't use the space shuttle, he would have to fly through the eternal demon abyss at high speeds in its most dangerous period. This was a tremendous pressure on him. Strong winds howled. Lin Ming's face was pale. To fly so crazily in the eternal demon abyss was naturally extremely conspicuous. Roar. With a bass and shrill roar, 7 or 8 evil beings shot up from the ground, rushing towards Lin Ming. These evil beings were formed from infernal energy. With the eternal demon abyss in an erupting state, the infernal energy here was becoming increasingly thick and terrifying. This caused these evil beings to be that much stronger. If these were ordinary times, a life-destruction powerhouse would be more than enough to deal with these evil beings. But now, even a divine sea powerhouse would find it difficult. The erupting state of the eternal demon abyss made it an absolute land of death for the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent. The Phoenix blood spear swept out. These evil beings were instantly slain by Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't even slow down. He turned into a beam of light, breaking into the thick fog. In this dense fog, there were even more evil beings. After Lin Ming hurtled into the fog, these evil beings awoke like a pack of disturbed flies. They began to rapidly plunge towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's complexion was cold and callous. The Phoenix blood spear in his hands stabbed out again and again, and the power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation, roared outwards. Kai kai kai. Thunder and fire rolled up like a wave. Whether it was the power of fire or thunder, both were nemesis of evil ghosts and spirits. These evil beings were all charred to ash. Lin Ming continued to barrel forwards, not slowing down in the least. However, as time passed, more and more evil beings rushed at Lin Ming, forcing him to cut down more and more. Slaying 80 to 90 evil beings was fine, but killing 800 to 900 evil beings was another matter altogether. Lin Ming was rapidly consuming his energy. If Lin Ming was in his peak state, he could restore his strength with just the Gate of Healing, the Gate of Life, and the Supreme Dragon Bone. But now, Lin Ming's condition was extremely poor. Blood slowly trickled down from Lin Ming's ears and eyes. As Mo Eversnow saw this, she felt her heart pained with grief. Good fortune never came in pairs and misfortune never came alone. Even though they had escaped to the eternal demon abyss, they had actually run into here during the erupting state. These evil beings were 100 times more formidable and numerous than they ordinarily were. Mo Eversnow quietly poured her soul force into Lin Ming's body, helping lighten the burden on him. However, Mo Eversnow's soul force was only usable in limited amounts. Once she used it, she would incur damage to her divine soul. It would be hard for her to restore herself. The more powerful someone was, the more difficult it was to restore their soul force. In the past, when Mo Eversnow had gone into a deep slumber, she had only regained consciousness after absorbing a massive amount of blood essence as well as the dragon bone marrow. From this it could be seen just how many resources were required. Senior apprentice sister, don't. Lin Ming stubbornly sealed away his inner world, refusing entry to Mo Eversnow's energies. Lin Ming. Mo Eversnow cried out anxiously. Her bright eyes were wet with tears. Do you want to die here? I know what I'm doing. Lin Ming no longer spoke. In absolute silence, he only madly and crazily fought. Whether it was evil beings, corpses, demonic spirits, or ghosts that appeared in front of Lin Ming, he cut down everything in his path. He simply didn't care about them or about himself. At this time, Lin Ming was like a demon god that had lost his mind. 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. Lin Ming pierced deeper and deeper into the eternal demon abyss, endlessly slaughtering. Soon, he was 9,000 miles in. Once he went another 1,000 miles in, that would be the true eternal demon abyss. At this distance, the fog had already dispersed. As Lin Ming looked out in the distance, he could see brilliant black flames burning in the distant horizon, connecting the heavens and the earth. In the rivers of stars above the skies, a vast amount of starlight sprinkled down, connected together with that black flame as if the galaxy were falling downward. This was the true eternal demon abyss, and at this time, Lin Ming suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent shroud over him. Compared to before, this sense was far more intense. He knew that Tian Mingzi would arrive soon. After so many twists and turns, Tian Mingzi had finally entered the eternal demon abyss, and now both of them were in the same space. With Tian Mingzi's speed, even if the power of space was in chaos and he couldn't teleport, he was still several times faster than Lin Ming. The 1,000 miles around the eternal demon abyss was known as the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. To revolving core geniuses of the eternal demon abyss, as well as many high lords and even tower masters, this was a land of no return. Once one entered, that meant nearly guaranteed death. Even in the past when Lin Ming entered this place, he still had to expend a great deal of effort and take many risks before escaping with the guidance of Demon Shine. Now, the eternal demon abyss was in a period of eruption and the 1,000-mile forbidden zone was 100 times more dangerous than usual. Lin Ming's wounds were extremely heavy too. This would make it far more difficult for him to push forwards. There was a possibility that Lin Ming would be overtaken by Tian Mingzi before he was able to enter the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming, you've been overdrawing your strength this entire way, adding wounds upon your previous wounds. You have even burnt half your blood essence. If this continues, then you will die. As Mo Eversnow looked at Lin Ming in such a state, she felt as if someone had pulled out her heart. She hated herself and her inability to help Lin Ming. As Lin Ming felt Tian Mingzi's killing intent rapidly approaching, he didn't immediately rush into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. Rather, he stopped where he was. He was rapidly calculating possible routes to take. Lin Ming's original idea was to enter the eternal demon abyss and borrow the strange and unknown power of the eternal demon abyss to protect him. If he were lucky, then there was a chance that Tian Mingzi would perish inside. But now, he had no idea whether or not Tian Mingzi had the possibility of perishing in the eternal demon abyss. The crux was that with Lin Ming's current condition, if he were to enter the depths of the eternal demon abyss, he might be the first one to perish. At this moment, Lin Ming could only make one desperate gamble. He didn't plan on going deep into the eternal demon abyss, but prepared to go somewhere else first. After he resolutely made this decision, he adjusted his direction and rapidly flew somewhere else. Lin Ming, where are you going? Mo Eversnow was stunned. Lin Ming wasn't taking a straight line to the eternal demon abyss but was curving around. This would naturally take him longer. To the ancient grave of the goddess, Lin Ming suddenly said. Over 10 years ago, when Lin Ming had entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone for the first time, because he had been attacked by several corpse devils and then chased after them, he had managed to stumble upon the ancient grave of the goddess. The ancient grave of the goddess held 4 coffins, each one carved from the darkest obsidian rock. The first 3 coffins had held all sorts of heavenly materials produced in the eternal demon abyss. Lin Ming guessed that these heavenly materials were once collected by the corpse devils who occupied this tomb. But in the last coffin, there was actually the corpse of the goddess. Because the body of this goddess exuded an infinite majesty and might, the corpse devils simply weren't able to approach her. Thus, she retained her pure and untainted form. Even though it was a corpse, the vitality of the goddess was more vibrant than that of a living person. Her entire being emitted a bright and exuberant aura. This was the vitality of life. Even now, Lin Ming had no idea as to what the status of this goddess was. At this time, because it was far too difficult to enter the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming decided to change directions and go to the grave of the goddess first. Lin Ming's memory was extremely good. He could remember the exact position of the goddess grave. In the past, because Lin Ming didn't understand the space laws, he had nearly become lost in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. But now, that sort of situation wouldn't occur. As long as he remembered the position of the goddess' ancient grave, he could arrive there directly. The ancient grave of the goddess, are you thinking to? As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming had already broken into the 1,000-mile forbidden zone. As soon as he entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, many evil spirits threw themselves at Lin Ming. These evil beings were far more formidable than the ones before. Lin Ming grit his teeth, opening the 8 inner hidden gates as he fought with everything he had. Chapter 1364, The Phantom Within the Ancient Grave. Chapter 1364, The Phantom Within the Ancient Grave. From the time that Lin Ming entered the 1,000-mile forbidden zone until he reached the tomb of the goddess, he had killed countless evil spirits. These evil spirits were 10 times more dense than outside the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, and they were also far stronger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The power of thunder and fire, heavenly tribulation howled in the air. Lin Ming rushed through groups of demonic beings, dozens upon dozens of them instantly being charred to ash that was scattered in the wind. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was bathed in blood and the treasure armor he wore was nearly broken to pieces. He was a flickering, fading flame in the deep dark. But at this moment, Lin Ming saw a dark grey mountain appear in front of him. This mountain was barren and desolate, without a single blade of grass growing upon it. Around this mountain faint fluctuations of space were exuded. This also meant that there was some hidden cave dwelling within this mountain. It's here. Lin Ming wouldn't remember incorrectly, this was where the tomb of the goddess was. Although this mountain-like plain and nondescript, the truth was that there was already an accessible channel leading to the tomb, otherwise it would have been impossible for those corpse devils to enter this ancient grave. Lin Ming closed his eyes, spreading his senses and soon locating the entrance. Looking at it, it seemed like a stone wall, but Lin Ming knew that this was merely an illusion. He pressed his hands against that stone wall and pushed through. At that time, he felt as if he had passed through some gate made of mercury, entering a distorted space barrier before everything around him began to light up. Lin Ming had finally returned to the tomb of the ancient goddess. This dark cave was filled thick with dust. The ancient passage, the weathered stone walls, everything had the taste of endless passing years. In the cave there were 4 coffins. 3 of them were already open. Only the 4th coffin was sealed. This coffin emitted a vast aura, as if there were some ancient monarch buried within it. Lin Ming slowly walked to that coffin and respectfully bowed. Deeply sleeping senior, today this junior has fallen into dire danger, thus I apologize for offending you. Lin Ming quietly said before he pushed open the coffin lid. The goddess in the coffin was still lying down as she was all those years before. Her skin, her body, everything seemed carved from the most perfect, exquisite jade in the world, as if it were formed from the essence of the stars and moon. Her long black hair was thick and glossy as it lay pooled within the coffin, like waves in an ocean of ink. Her face glowed with an intangible light and one could even make out the faintest traces of blood vessels beneath her skin, seeming as if blood was flowing within them. These fluctuations of life appeared all around the goddess. If one didn't know otherwise, they might think that this goddess had simply fallen asleep here and was ready to wake up at any moment. This was an extraordinary woman. She was a fairy of the night, a sublime goddess formed from the splendor and glory of the universe. An ancient ruler. After seeing the goddess once more, Lin Ming's experience far surpassed what it was in the past. He could increasingly feel just how powerful the goddess was. Lin Ming originally thought that the goddess was someone important to Empyrean Primordius, but her strength was lacking, and that she had been relying on the protections of Empyrean Primordius to lay here filled with life vitality 100,000 years after her death. But now, Lin Ming had completely changed his thoughts. This goddess was likely amazingly powerful. Flowing all around her were the light fluctuations of the life laws. As heaven and earth origin energy gathered about her, it turned into spiritual beings that floated all around. To die and still have law fluctuations around them 100,000 years later, it was clear that this woman's understandings into the laws had reached a breathtaking degree. "Miss Mo, do you think there is a chance you can possess her body?" Lin Ming slowly said as he looked at the goddess in the coffin. To have Mo Eversnow possess the mortal body of the goddess was one of Lin Ming's ideas before he had entered the eternal demon abyss. But he also knew that wanting to do this was an enormous risk. This was because the mortal body of the goddess was supported with the will of Empyrean Primordius. Empyrean Primordius might not be willing to see the goddess body taken possession of by Mo Eversnow, turning into someone else's. Mo Eversnow's eyebrows jumped up. Take possession of the goddess body? Mo Eversnow had once had this idea before, but she knew this goddess was no ordinary figure. Her power far surpassed Mo Eversnow even during her peak. As for she herself, all she had left was her weakened soul. If she tried to possess this woman's body, it was hard to imagine what would happen. But now, with Tian Mingzi rapidly approaching, Mo Eversnow had no choice. She could only take this gamble. Without a word, her soul flew out from the magic cube, turning into a soul form in the air. Mo Eversnow's soul form wore a long blue dress, her body exuding a crystalline light, as if she were made from countless shattered crystals. It was an enchanting and dreamy sight, like a dream that was soon to fade. Mo Eversnow clenched her teeth, wanting to rush into the coffin. But at this time, Lin Ming stepped in front of Mo Eversnow, blocking her way. "I'll go first." With this, Lin Ming revolved the divine dream law to the limit. His complete sense, his will, his divine soul, he focused everything on the coffin, taking the first step to submerge his consciousness into the goddess body before Mo Eversnow. The area Lin Ming chose to enter was the chest of the goddess. As soon as he entered, Lin Ming felt his mind tremble. Immediately, his soul and will arrived in a completely separate space. This was a vast and starry world, as if it were the infinite universe itself. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He wasn't a stranger to this starry world. Many years ago, when he was still at the revolving core, he had stumbled upon the tomb of the goddess and had also come to this starry world that was formed from a world of will. Within these starry skies was a terrifying existence. As this thought passed through Lin Ming's mind, a massive amount of life origin energy gushed towards him like an endless tide. This energy was pure and vibrant. It smashed into Lin Ming's body like a tide against the shore. Luckily, Lin Ming was already prepared. As his body was pushed back by this energy, he steadily fell in the void before coming to a stop high in the skies. He looked up. In front of him, in the void, in the horizon, as if it were close at hand and also immeasurably far, was a powerfully beating blood-red heart. Boom, boom, boom. This was a horrifying sound. Every beat seemed to strike upon Lin Ming's fires of life, causing all of the blood vitality within his body to resonate and want to come gushing out. This was the heart of a great emperor. This was the heart that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. This heart had already been beating for 100,000 years, but its blood vitality was still as potent and boundless, and its life force remained like an endless ocean, unending. Every beat of this great heart caused the void to shake. Even after leaving its body for 100,000 years, this heart continued to beat onwards. Moreover, it contained a terrifying vitality, as if it were destined to beat until the oceans dried and the world cracked, beating on until the end of all times. This aura, as if all existence were beneath it, as if it alone ruled the vast cosmos, caused Lin Ming to recall Empyrean Primordius words that he had once left behind in the Road of Emperor, the masterless river of stars in the endless cosmos, I shall rewrite the infinite history. Senior Primordius. Lin Ming shouted out as loudly as he could, not caring whether or not Empyrean Primordius could hear him. In those vast starry skies, Lin Ming's voice seemed especially lonely. There was no response. At this time, Lin Ming didn't have any time to delay further. He grit his teeth and flew towards that great emperor's heart. In what seemed like an incomparably long time but also a mere instant, Lin Ming arrived in front of that great beating heart. In that moment, a wild and brutal wave of blood vitality swept up around Lin Ming, turning the entire starry world into a blur. When Lin Ming saw his surroundings become clear once more, he saw that in the void, there was a massive planet in front of him. This planet was covered in dark and gloomy clouds. The land was endless and a great aura exuded from this planet. It was faintly familiar to Lin Ming. This was the Sky Spill planet. Lin Ming was startled as he thought this. This should be the Sky Spill planet, but it was also different from the Sky Spill planet in his memories. At this time, the starry skies were ripped open and a giant portal appeared in the air. Countless powerhouses began emerging from this portal. These powerhouses each had a vague appearance and the ones in the lead all emitted a strange aura. This aura was similar to that of the mysterious black-robed person that Lin Ming had killed at the Demon Dawn Great World. In other words, there was a possibility these people were all from the Saint race. After these people appeared, they moved towards the Sky Spill planet and immediately launched their attacks. For a time, the void was shattered as terrifying fluctuations of energy wantonly bombarded the Sky Spill planet. Lin Ming thought that the Sky Spill planet would be destroyed, and every single life living on the planet would also perish in a miserable death. But at this time, an energy barrier appeared around the skies of the Sky Spill planet, blocking all the attacks. Energy erupted in turbulent blasts and the energy barrier shook, but it never broke. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He recognized that this barrier was the barrier that currently protected the Sky Spill planet. It was the protection that Empyrean Primordius had laid down so long ago. Empyrean Primordius had used the Sky Spill planet as the foundation, and after many years of work, the protective array formation he laid down was incredibly firm. It was even able to resist the joint attacks of so many powerhouses without being destroyed. And at this time, in the dark skies of the Sky Spill planet, the thick clouds were torn apart and a black dragon thousands of miles long roared its way outwards. This black dragon emitted a terrifying pressure as if it were a celestial body itself. On the back of this black dragon was a black-clothed man. He was tall and strong and he held a 10-foot-long halberd in his hands. It was impossible to make out his face. As Lin Ming saw this black-clothed man, his mind shook. This man was Empyrean Primordius. He had the atmosphere of a great emperor, and that black dragon he was riding on was that horned black dragon that Lin Ming had seen in the eternal demon abyss. Without a doubt, the scene replaying in front of him was the great war from 100,000 years ago that played out on the Sky Spill planet. And among Empyrean Primordius opponents, there were powerhouses from the Saint race. 100,000 years ago, besides Empyrean Thunder Punishment, there were also many saints that were involved in that tragedy. At that time, Empyrean Primordius had already been one of the few characters that stood upon the very peak of the divine realm. The reason that he had suffered severe wounds during this war and possibly even perished afterwards was all because of the Saint race. Chapter 1365, Blood Vitality Entering the Body. Chapter 1365, Blood Vitality Entering the Body. The war was staged in the endless starry skies. Both sides had countless masters. Lin Ming saw a man holding a blue scepter that controlled lightning. During this battle, he was like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, wielding the power of thunder tribulation. This person was Empyrean Thunder Punishment. Besides Empyrean Thunder Punishment, Empyrean Primordius had to face two peak masters of the Saint race. By himself, Empyrean Primordius faced off against 3 dire enemies. Even so, he didn't seem as if he could be defeated. How could supreme masters of the saint race enter the divine realm? Lin Ming couldn't understand this. According to Empyrean Divine Dream, the divine realm was only one of the 33 layered heavens, and there were massive barriers that separated these heavens. Because of this, the more powerful someone was, the more difficult it was for them to break through and enter. So how could these saint race masters have come to the Sky Spill planet? As Lin Ming was thinking this, the Great War vanished, leaving nothing but that blood-red beating heart in the skies. Boom, boom, boom. That powerful sound was like the deafening beat of a divine drum. Lin Ming knew that what he saw just now was only incomplete images preserved in the memories of that heart. A heart was only a part of the physical body, thus it shouldn't have any memories. Then, logically speaking, this heart should contain a wisp of a remnant soul. This idea immediately cut through Lin Ming's mind. Senior Primordius. A loud voice echoed through the world. Lin Ming was extremely hurried. Tian Mingzi was quickly catching up to them. He couldn't rely on the eruption of the eternal demon abyss to delay Tian Mingzi for much longer. Senior Primordius. Lin Ming shouted out once more. However, he still received no reply. Was my guess wrong? Is there really no remnant soul here? Lin Ming's mind raced. The wisp of Empyrean Primordius remnant soul might be very weak to begin with, and then it had also been sleeping here for 100,000 years. If he really wanted to awaken it, wasn't that something easier said than done? As Lin Ming was thinking this, his power suddenly concentrated in his inner world. A blood-red lotus flower began to slowly bloom behind him. This was the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. A vast and boundless aura began to emit from Lin Ming's body. He had opened the Grand Mist Space. The Grand Mist Space covered that great heart. The elementary Grand Mist energy constantly struck against that beating heart like a surging tide. Senior Primordius. Lin Ming exhausted all of his strength as he roared out. His voice echoed like roiling thunder, shaking the void for thousands of miles around. At this time, the beating heart suddenly shook. Its beating frequency slowed down as an invisible energy covered Lin Ming and began to absorb the divine dream energy within him. Lin Ming was shocked, but he didn't prevent this, instead letting this force absorb as it wished. For Lin Ming to do this in his current state wasn't easy on him at all. A moment later, Lin Ming's complexion turned much paler and there was even a trace of fading ash in his complexion. Then, a grey shadow poured out from the heart, finally transforming into a black-robed man. This man's figure was extremely vague, constantly trembling in the currents of heaven and earth origin energy as if he could disappear at any moment. The phantom opened his eyes with great difficulty, staring at Lin Ming with confusion. Lin Ming also looked at this black-clothed man in front of him. Was this the remnant soul that had been attached to Empyrean Primordius' heart? This wisp of remnant soul didn't have the great strength Lin Ming had imagined. It could even be called abnormally weak. Presumably, in the past, Empyrean Primordius' wounds had been extremely heavy, or perhaps he had even perished, and the remnant soul he left behind was the tiniest fraction possible. After it slept so deeply for all this time, it even needed to draw support from Lin Ming's divine dream energy to regain consciousness. Senior is Empyrean Primordius? Lin Ming asked. Who are you, that you can use the Grand Mist Space? The black-robed man's voice was ephemeral, weak and fading. This junior's name is Lin Ming. In the Road of Emperor, I once obtained Senior's blessing and was able to obtain a third of the Primordius martial intent inheritance, thus I am able to use the Grand Mist Space. I see, so that's how it is. What you must be speaking of is the Samsara Road. Honorable Master indeed once left behind a part of his inheritance within the Samsara Road. The black-robed man's words indicated his status. He wasn't Empyrean Primordius but Empyrean Primordius disciple. So this was what happened. Lin Ming suddenly became aware. It was said that Empyrean Primordius was a dual body and energy cultivator, and even though he focused on body and energy, leaving his soul a little weaker, a wisp of remnant soul that he left behind should still contain a tremendous pressure. It was something far from what this phantom in front of him could ever do. And this remnant soul was the disciple of Empyrean Primordius. Did Empyrean Primordius have his own disciple leave his remnant soul to deeply slumber here, in order to protect his heart and also guard the body of the goddess? Senior, this junior is being chased down and hunted. I wish for my companion to borrow the body of the goddess to resurrect herself and fight against this person. In the past, Mo Eversnow had been a half-step world king master. Whether it was attainments in laws or cultivation methods, she had reached an extremely high boundary. But unfortunately, she had lost her body and was unable to move true essence at all. This was especially detrimental for someone like her who had also dual cultivated body and energy. If she could fuse together with the body of the goddess, then Mo Eversnow's strength would rise to astronomical degrees. Borrow the body of the goddess? You are speaking of Heavenly Empress Shenqing? Heavenly Empress Shenqing? Lin Ming was stunned. He never imagined that a young woman who looked around 17 to 18 years old would possess such a title. If she could be referred to as a heavenly empress, then she wasn't a young elite at all. Rather, she was someone who had long come to fame, someone whose strength had already reached incomparably terrifying levels. Heavenly Empress Shenqing is a monarch of the primal god race. Even if her divine soul is no longer here, wanting to possess her mortal body is not easy at all. If you cannot withstand the power of her mortal body, then your divine soul will collapse and disintegrate. Do you know this? As the wisp of remnant soul spoke, Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. Primal god race? This was another new race that Lin Ming had never heard of before. He had heard about the saints, the spiriters, and humanity. These were the three main races of the 33 layered heavens. Each race was separately skilled in body transformation, soul forging, and essence gathering, the three main cultivation systems. Lin Ming never knew that there was also a primal god race. Senior is speaking about the primal god race? Yes, the primal god race. The primal god race is the most perfect race to ever be formed by the heavens. They are powerful in the aspect of soul, body, and inner world, and are also able to triple cultivate in essence, energy, and divine. Their strength is great at birth and their talent defies the will of the heavens. Even their lifespans are 10 times longer than those of humans. As the remnant soul slowly spoke, Lin Ming felt a chill crawl down his soul. Triple cultivators of essence, energy, and divine, talents that defied the heavens' will, lifespans 10 times longer than those of humans, this was simply too incredible. There is such a race in this world that completely surpasses the three main races. As Lin Ming spoke, a trace of surprise appeared on the face of that remnant soul. I never imagined that you would also know of the three races. Yes, the primal god race truly possesses all advantages of the three main races, but, perhaps because they are existences that defy the heavens too much, the heavenly Tao does not abide by their existence. Thus, even though they once prospered in the most ancient of times, they began to slowly decline afterwards. The number of their people became extremely low, finally nearing the point of extinction. Then Heavenly Empress Shenqing is? Lin Ming was puzzled. He simply didn't know how Empyrean Primordius had gotten mixed together with the primal god race. You do not need to know this. These are matters that involve the secrets of this universe. There is no significance in you knowing, and you possessing this knowledge would only draw disaster upon yourself. As the remnant soul spoke, he had subconsciously assumed that Lin Ming was a local martial artist of the Sky Spill planet. When this was added to Lin Ming's weak blood vitality and fading strength, it was impossible to connect him to being the number one genius of the divine realm. However, as the remnant soul finished speaking, he paused. You seem to have burnt most of your blood essence. This remnant soul was a disciple of Empyrean Primordius, thus before his death he was likely at least a great world king-level character. Moreover, he too cultivated dual body and energy, and was highly sensitive to the power of blood vitality. As he probed Lin Ming's body, he discovered to his astonishment that Lin Ming had burnt over half his blood essence. Even so, he was still able to stand here. If an ordinary person were to do this, their life would be feeble and fading and they would find it difficult to continue supporting themselves. 30-some-year skeletal age, dual body and energy cultivation, and you even opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. The remnant soul was shocked. This was no minor matter. In this universe, the body transformation technique was no longer compatible with the rules of the heavenly Tao. Even his honorable master, Empyrean Primordius, hadn't been able to open the complete 8 inner hidden gates in his 30s. You have had such a fortuitous encounter. The remnant soul could clearly feel that Lin Ming was a martial artist native to the Sky Spill planet. For a native martial artist to grow to such a degree, they must have had countless lucky chances paving their road. This was simply inconceivable. Who is hunting you? The remnant soul immediately asked. Perhaps the reason Lin Ming had burnt half his blood essence was that he was being chased down by this person. Tian Mingzi, he is a great world king from the divine realm. He severed his hand, turning it into an avatar to enter the Sky Spill planet in order to hunt down this junior. Now, he will likely arrive here in another quarter hour. Lin Ming said. Although he was anxious as he spoke, he was still able to maintain his calm. A great world king severed his hand to hunt you down? The remnant soul looked at Lin Ming with incredulity etched on his face. He could faintly feel that Lin Ming's strength was far greater than what he had imagined. Such a character was in no way a tiny fish in a pool. If you were able to learn the Grand Mist Space, it could be said that you have a certain fate with my honorable master. Moreover, at such a young age you also opened the complete 8 inner hidden gates. You even chose to dual cultivate body and energy, the same path that my honorable master took. Perhaps this is the karma of the world, perhaps you are the person that my honorable master has been waiting for all this time. The remnant soul quietly said. At the precipice of death, Empyrean Primordius had left behind his own inheritances so that in the future, those fated juniors could enter and inherit his legacy. Now, no matter how one looked at it, Lin Ming was the most suitable candidate. If this remnant soul could see Empyrean Primordius' last wishes being inherited by the next generation, he could finally die in peace. You are so young and yet have such talent, you must be truly incredible. Unfortunately, even though you are being chased down by others, I cannot help you. All that remains of me is a wisp of a remnant soul. I have almost no strength remaining. There is a choice, but the decision must be made by you. If you have the confidence, then your companion can take possession of Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's mortal body. As for you, if you are able to withstand the baptism of my honorable master's blood vitality, then you may attempt to direct the power of blood vitality within his heart into your own to temper yourself. Direct the power of blood vitality into my heart and temper myself? Lin Ming was bewildered. He looked once more at the beating heart in the endless starry skies. The power of blood vitality contained within it was as vast and deep as the fathomless oceans. This was the power of blood vitality that only an Empyrean could possess. Moreover, Empyrean Primordius likely had the demon bead at some point, which was what allowed his body transformation technique to reach such an inconceivable boundary. If he were to direct the power of blood vitality within Empyrean Primordius' heart into his own, just what sort of scene would that be? Chapter 1366, 9 Stars Appear. Chapter 1366, 9 Stars Appear. With Tian Mingzi chasing him from behind, Lin Ming simply didn't have a choice. He could only make a desperate gamble this time. At most, Tian Mingzi would arrive within a quarter hour. For Lin Ming to withstand a baptism from the power of blood vitality and to allow Mo Eversnow the required time to possess the body of the goddess was far from sufficient. Luckily, after Lin Ming had gained part of Empyrean Divine Seal's inheritance, his time laws had reached perfection of the 5th level. To the current him, laying down a time enchantment wasn't difficult at all. A time enchantment wasn't a profound array formation to begin with. Even Old Man Good Fortune was able to lay down a 1/10-time flow enchantment, let alone someone like Lin Ming. He took out a 9-sun jade and began to form the time enchantment with the energy within it. A pale blue curtain of light came shrouding down, immediately hastening the time inside by a ratio of 125. This was also because Lin Ming was injured, otherwise he could even arrange a 150-time enchantment. If Tian Mingzi would catch up in a quarter hour, then this time enchantment would give Lin Ming around 6 hours. This period of time should be enough. Senior, this junior has a question he would like to ask. As Lin Ming laid down the time enchantment, he turned towards that remnant soul wisp. Ask. This junior would like to know, did Senior Empyrean Primordius truly perish? All signs pointed towards the possibility that Empyrean Primordius died on the Sky Spill planet, but Lin Ming found it hard to believe that such an extreme character would die. The remnant soul shook his head, giving off a heavy sigh as he said, Honorable Master's determination and destiny are truly unfathomable. But, in that great war 100,000 years ago, his opponents were really far too strong. Perhaps, he really has perished. As the remnant soul spoke, all sorts of emotions crossed his face. Although he couldn't say for sure if Empyrean Primordius had really died or not, as Empyrean Primordius' disciple, he truly wished that his master had some slim chance of surviving. If his master truly had some tiny hope of living on, then he wouldn't have ever said that his master might have died. So, in other words, it truly did seem that Empyrean Primordius' situation was more than unfortunate. Millimeter, this junior understands. This answer left Lin Ming feeling a bit regretful. Even if Empyrean Primordius had left behind some road for himself, the most that would be left over of him was likely an incomplete soul. To use an incomplete soul and revive that soul into an extreme character of the divine realm was nearly impossible. He turned to Mo Eversnow and said, Senior Apprentice Sister, let us begin. Yes. Mo Eversnow no longer hesitated. She walked in front of the coffin and deeply bowed towards the mortal body of that goddess. Senior Heavenly Empress, today this junior shall borrow Senior's body to return to life. In the future, if possible, this junior will surely find Senior's heroic soul and help revive Senior. If the goddess truly did leave behind pieces of her remnant soul in this world, then by collecting these pieces of remnant soul and fusing them with spirit essence, it wouldn't be impossible to revive the goddess. But, one might need to reach the realm of true divinity before being able to do so. Mo Eversnow floated up as she flew into the goddess' mortal body. For a time, the goddess body floated high in the air, her long hair scattered outwards. A brilliant aura of life exuded from her body, swirling around her. Within the body of the goddess was an incomparably terrifying life force and blood vitality, like a blazing inferno. This sort of heated blood vitality was extremely terrifying to the cold yin energy of a soul. This was why some ghosts would choose weaker bodies with a heavy yin energy to possess. As for those full of life and surging blood strength, ghosts avoided these people as much as they could. Mo Eversnow's complexion was white. After being struck by this surging blood vitality, her divine soul nearly fell into chaos. However, she grit her teeth and continued forwards. Not too far away, the remnant soul watched all of this, astonishment on his face. He didn't know that Mo Eversnow's talent had reached such a terrifying degree. Even if she were an Empyrean descendant, she would still be an extraordinary one of her generation. But for what reason would the mortal body of such a top character have been destroyed? For two extremely talented characters like Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow to appear in a world of the lowest realms was an incomparably rare occurrence. The remnant soul had even felt that there was no one in this world that would be able to obtain the inheritances left behind by Empyrean Primordius. After all, the chances that an unrivaled powerhouse would be born on the Sky Spill planet were simply far too low. But now, matters had developed in bizarre and fantastic directions. Could this world really possess concepts like karma and causality? Did the heavens decide to not abandon Empyrean Primordius, and thus created this final lucky chance for him? Senior Apprentice Sister, allow me to withstand the impact of this blood vitality for you. Lin Ming didn't dare to hold back. Strength erupted from his body. Power of blood vitality, enter my body. With a loud shout from Lin Ming, a blood-red stream formed in the air, howling forth like a blood dragon as it rushed into Lin Ming's body. This caused the remnant soul to gasp. This was the blood vitality of an Empyrean. If he couldn't withstand it, then there was a chance that the very foundation of his life would be washed away. Mo Eversnow was nothing but a yin-based soul form. She wouldn't be able to withstand too much blood vitality, especially such potent blood vitality that was contained within Empyrean Primordius' heart. That sort of blood vitality could easily turn any ghost or soul into dust. Now, it was suitable that all of this blood vitality was sucked up by Lin Ming. First, it would help Mo Eversnow now, and secondly, it was also something Lin Ming direly needed right now. The goddess' mortal body would be taken possession of by Mo Eversnow now. As for that power of blood vitality, it belonged to Lin Ming. The power of blood vitality entered his body, rushing about like rivers of boiling lava through his blood vessels. Lin Ming felt his body becoming increasingly hot, as if he were placed in a boiler. All of his body's acupoints were opened wide, releasing hot streams of scorching air. Every breath he released was hotter than flames as his temperature rapidly increased. These scorching hot streams of air turned into pure power of blood vitality, wasted as it dissipated. Lin Ming grit his teeth and sealed up all of his acupoints, stubbornly containing this blood vitality within his body and then forcefully refining it. This was to avoid wasting any of this blood vitality. However, it surely placed an even greater burden on Lin Ming's body. If some of the blood vitality had dissipated, the pressure would have been smaller. But now, his entire body was deep red, just like a boiled lobster. The tyrannical and brutal blood vitality recklessly attacked all of Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels. Even though he opened the 8 inner hidden gates and had absorbed the dragon bone marrow, allowing his body to reach incredibly durable degrees, his blood vessels still exploded even as his meridians were torn apart. Empyrean Primordius had very likely been one of the past masters of the demon bead. This was also the reason why he was able to dual cultivate in body and energy and open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The power of his blood vitality could be imagined from this. Even if he left just a heart behind, the power of blood vitality within this heart could even wash away the fires of life from a holy lord or world king. Unless one was an Empyrean powerhouse, no one would be brave enough to forcefully absorb the heart left behind by Empyrean Primordius. But now, Lin Ming was directing this power of blood vitality into his own body. He was able to do so because the heart did not resist him. Even Mo Eversnow was in such a situation. The mortal body of the goddess simply didn't reject her taking possession of it at all. Otherwise, Mo Eversnow would have long been burnt to ash. Whether it was the great emperor's heart or the body of the goddess, for this situation to occur even if their guardian remnant soul allowed it, this could only be said to be the cycle of fate and the samsara of karma. As the remnant soul saw all of this occur, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, this Lin Ming, as well as his senior apprentice sister, both are amazing individuals. I wonder just what they have experienced in their lives. It could be said that being able to find and enter this tomb, and also find the inheritances left behind by Empyrean Primordius and the goddess, was the good fortune of Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow. But from another point of view, Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow being able to arrive in the Sky Spill planet's eternal demon abyss and obtain these inheritances could also be considered the good fortune of Empyrean Primordius and the goddess. These inheritances were an extremely important matter, and the standards required of the descendants were very high. Wasn't wanting to find a suitable successor easier said than done? One needed not only talent, but also the correct moral character. Empyrean Primordius did not want his own inheritance to end up in a treasure-hunting zone of the divine realm, he didn't want people to slaughter their way to it, nor did he want some old fogies to come who were lured by rumors. What he wanted was a descendant who shared the same destiny as him, someone who could inherit his legacy. In this point, Lin Ming was the most appropriate choice. Time slowly passed. During the agonizing process of absorbing the blood essence, Lin Ming also obtained incredible advantages. The blood essence and life force he had burnt away was rapidly restoring itself. From just over 40% of his blood essence remaining, to 50%, 60%, 70%. Less than an hour later, his blood essence was restored to 90% and was approaching full restoration. Another hour later, Lin Ming's blood vitality was restored to completion. Then, it began to climb, growing more and more. At this time Lin Ming had already fully connected the thresholds of life and death, and the gate of life and the gate of death were also fully opened. The complete 8 inner hidden gates released, and now with no place to go, this blood vitality began to impact Lin Ming's body. In that moment, all of Lin Ming's blood vitality seemed as if it wanted to gather together into a bead. Such a strange occurrence caused Lin Ming's body to tremble. Everything fell into darkness. Then, he felt himself suddenly arrive in a completely black space. Above this space were 9 stars, each one shining down with radiant starlight, their splendor illuminating Lin Ming's body. After this starlight fell over Lin Ming, he felt all of his muscles stretch apart, resonating with these 9 stars, surging like the ocean waves. This is. Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Could these be the legendary 9 stars of the Dao Palace? 9 stars hung high in the heavens, their starlight shining down without end. Their brilliance was like a rushing river, galloping forwards through the universe. Lin Ming even faintly felt that as long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch these stars in the sky. However, the truth was that these stars were incomparably far away. It was impossible for him to touch them. In the end, Lin Ming only saw the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. He was far from being able to reach that boundary. But this still broadened Lin Ming's vision. It would bring great benefits to his future road of cultivation. Before now, the 9 stars of the Dao Palace were nothing but a puzzle to Lin Ming, extremely mysterious. Lin Ming simply didn't know which way to go or how to find them. But now, he had seen the true 9 stars of the Dao Palace. At least, he had a general direction to guide his road of martial arts. The starry skies faded away and the 9 stars returned to their distant homes. Everything was restored to tranquility. At this time, Lin Ming half knelt on the ground, his entire body soaked in sweat. And beside him, that wisp of Empyrean Primordius disciple's remnant soul was shocked so much that he couldn't speak. What Lin Ming experienced just now was not an illusion. But in truth, in that briefest of moments, 9 stars had truly appeared in the world, their starlight shining down on him alone. Empyrean Primordius disciple was also a dual body and energy cultivator. He certainly knew what that scene just now meant. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace. 9 stars of the heavens, each one corresponding to a Dao Palace within a martial artist's body. At such a young age, this boy actually saw the 9 stars of the Dao Palace so easily. Chapter 1367, The Resurrection of Eversnow. Chapter 1367, The Resurrection of Eversnow. In the past, the reason that Empyrean Primordius was able to break through the evil curse placed upon the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was likely because of the demon bead. After Empyrean Primordius obtained the demon bead, it was only then that his body transformation technique rose to all new levels. Before then, even he had been stuck at the 8 inner hidden gates. Now, for Lin Ming to see the boundary of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace like this left Empyrean Primordius disciple incredulous. The 9 stars hid themselves, but the blood vitality of the great emperor's heart still flowed into Lin Ming. As for Mo Eversnow, her resurrection was not yet over. Even though Lin Ming had absorbed a great portion of the blood vitality left within Empyrean Primordius' heart, the heart still boiled and surged with potent blood energy. At this time, Lin Ming's power of blood vitality had already reached its original peak and had even surpassed it by 30%. A martial artist was unable to infinitely absorb the power of blood vitality. If a martial artist absorbed too much, their body would burst apart. As for how much a martial artist could absorb, that was determined by their foundation. At this time, Lin Ming's body was like a blazing fire. The power of his blood vitality had already increased 50% over its original state. At this time, the power of blood vitality within that great emperor's heart finally began to weaken a little. As the power of blood vitality within that heart weakened, Mo Eversnow's soul form also completely submerged into Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea. Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea was completely different from what Mo Eversnow had imagined. The average person's spiritual sea really contained a sea that was the manifestation of their mental strength and soul force. The more powerful one's soul force had been, the greater the waves of that spiritual sea would be, and the more vast and boundless it would be. But, Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea was actually an endless void. This void was filled with countless vortexes and black holes. These black holes and vortexes all seemed to lead to other worlds. If her soul form was sucked into them, she might not be able to come back. How could there be such a spiritual sea? Mo Eversnow took a deep breath. In the legends, when a universe plunged into entropy and neared the brink of destruction, it would evolve into such a scene. The stars would completely burn out, turning into black holes. All of space would become twisted and highly unstable. Once a universe entered such a state, it would begin to slowly collapse until it finally exploded, destroying itself and continuing a cycle of rebirth. Mo Eversnow faintly guessed that the reason Heavenly Empress Shenqing died was a soul attack. This incomparably terrifying strike had made her spiritual sea into the entropic void it was now. With such a spiritual sea, this would cause Mo Eversnow all sorts of problems if she wanted to possess the body. There simply wasn't any place for her soul to take root. If there was even the slightest accident, then she would fall beyond all hope. Lin Ming, let me borrow your divine dream energy, Mo Eversnow called out. In the past, Lin Ming had accumulated a great deal of divine dream energy within the divine dream world and divine dream heavenly palace. Now, it was finally time to use these vast reserves of energy. Mo Eversnow used this massive amount of divine dream energy to begin repairing Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's spiritual sea. With Mo Eversnow's strength, wanting to completely repair this spiritual sea was impossible. What she needed to do was restore a tiny little corner where her own soul could find shelter. Time slowly moved onwards. Like this, 4 hours passed. Pa. Drops of sweat dripped down Lin Ming's body, intermingled with his blood as they fell to the ground. His power of blood vitality had doubled from its original state. But this was also Lin Ming's limit. He tightly gripped his fists together. At this time, Lin Ming felt his body filled with strength, like a true dragon was hidden within his flesh and blood, ready to erupt at any moment. Did you see the 9 stars of the Dao Palace? The remnant soul asked Lin Ming. Lin Ming nodded. For him to arrive at this step was all of his accumulated efforts of his martial arts training, year after year. Perhaps the 9 stars of the Dao Palace might no longer be a curse upon all body transformation martial artists. As long as one's accumulations were great enough, they could reverse the laws and break through this ultimate barrier. Amazing. The remnant soul praised from the heart. Lin Ming shook his head. Senior's praise is too extravagant. The reason this junior is able to see the 9 stars of the Dao Palace is not my own ability, but because of the power of blood vitality that I absorbed, which was left behind by Senior Primordius. Senior Primordius had already opened the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, so this junior was merely standing on Senior Primordius' shoulders to just barely see the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Even though you say that, if it weren't for you already having reached the boundary of being able to touch the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then even if you had absorbed the blood vitality of my master, you still wouldn't have been able to digest it as you did now. You are only 30-some years old. For you to have reached this boundary already is unbelievable. The remnant soul sighed with emotion. Lin Ming's talent had left him in deep shock. Lin Ming didn't continue speaking with the remnant soul. He placed his full attention back on Mo Eversnow. At this time, Mo Eversnow had already fused together with the goddess body. She had the appearance of a 17 to 18-year-old young woman. Her long hair was loose and scattered, her appearance ethereal and ephemeral. She lay down quietly in the coffin, her face pale. It was clear that taking possession of the goddess body had consumed far too much of her strength. Lin Ming walked over to the coffin, reaching out his hand and gripping Mo Eversnow's hand. Divine dream energy flooded out from his body and into hers. As their divine souls connected together, Lin Ming could feel his own consciousness completely entering that world filled with black holes and vortexes. All sorts of emotions and memories that belonged to Mo Eversnow began to rush into Lin Ming. This sort of feeling was similar to when Lin Ming had entered the 100 cycles of samsara. If he wasn't careful, then his consciousness would fall into an illusion and he would lose himself. Lin Ming, let me use the magic cube. Mo Eversnow's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming was startled. Use the magic cube. In order to use the magic cube, Mo Eversnow had to burn her soul force. This would consume a tremendous amount of her energy. I'll be all right. I only want to use the magic cube to stabilize this spiritual sea, not to activate it to kill enemies. I should be able to handle this. Moreover, currently I can already manipulate this body to a minor degree. My consumption of energy won't be too great. As Mo Eversnow spoke, her soul form flashed. A crystalline light began to radiate from within her. The magic cube was finally being activated by her. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within that inner world filled with black holes, incomparably crazy storms were stirred up, as if they were going to tear apart the void. Every black hole, every vortex, everything was completely smashed apart by this strength. The magic cube was truly worthy of being known as the most powerful divine soul instrument in existence. Just by using it a little, Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's entropic spiritual sea that was near the brink of annihilation was actually beginning to be crushed down and reformed. This was what it meant to break down something to the basics and then recreate it. Condense. Mo Eversnow's face whitened. A massive force took her as the center and recklessly swept outwards. In that moment, she seemed to be creating a new world. Before Mo Eversnow took possession of the goddess body, although the goddess body was filled with vibrant life force and her powerful blood vitality far surpassed that of powerful martial artists, her spiritual sea was deathly still, like a dead universe. But now, by using the magic cube, Mo Eversnow was able to bring new strength to this world, a wild and boundless strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Mo Eversnow's body shined with a brilliant light. As more and more black holes were destroyed, Mo Eversnow's consciousness gradually occupied every corner of this spiritual sea, completely fusing into the mortal body of the goddess. At this moment, Mo Eversnow's eyes flashed open. The instant she did so, it was like a mysterious space was opened before her. An incredible power gushed forth from this space, washing over Mo Eversnow's body. As this mysterious space was opened, an aura of the great Tao similar to the concept of the 33-layered heavens also poured forth, causing the nearby Lin Ming to be stunned. These laws are. As Lin Ming felt the mysteries contained within these great Tao laws, he was incomparably bewildered. In this world there were laws that could stand side by side with the concept of the 33-layered heavens. These are laws of the primal god. At this time, beside Lin Ming, Empyrean Primordius disciple blurted out, his eyes filled with fear and admiration. Primal god? Yes. In the legends it is said that there was a realm that has been destroyed. But, there is another viewpoint, and that is that this realm was hidden with a spatial slit, unable to be found by anyone. Only the primal god race is capable of communicating with this realm and are able to derive strength directly from it. This is also why the primal god race is said to defy the will of the heavens. According to the remnant soul, without a doubt, because Mo Eversnow had resurrected, the ability of the goddess to communicate with this primal god realm was also restored. The primal god race were originally the favored children of the heavens. As a people, they fused together all the benefits of the three main races. This surging baptism of laws was just like a mortal martial artist crossing life destruction. Standing on the side watching, Lin Ming also obtained great advantages from this. As the baptism of laws recklessly washed over her, Mo Eversnow's body slowly floated upwards. Her eyes had been restored to the purest brightness and her pupils shined like dazzling stars. At this moment, she had fused completely with the goddess. She was the goddess, and the goddess was she. Mo Eversnow flew in front of Lin Ming, gently stroking and nuzzling his cheeks in her hand, her eyes soft. Her lips gently moved and she whispered, "Lin Ming, thank you. To be able to meet you is my life's greatest lucky chance." For these 50,000 years, Mo Eversnow had experienced countless trials and tribulations. Now, all those bitter experiences had produced something sweet. If she hadn't met Lin Ming, she would have continued sleeping in the magic cube until her soul finally dissipated. To say that meeting Lin Ming was her life's greatest fortune was true, without the least bit of exaggeration. Lin Ming said, "Senior apprentice sister, to be able to meet you is also my life's greatest lucky chance. If you hadn't fallen onto the Sky Spill planet with the magic cube, then perhaps I wouldn't even have been able to leave the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even afterwards, in the God-Beast Mystic Realm and several other times, if it weren't for you saving me then I would have perished many times over." As a mortal, when Lin Ming first practiced martial artists had been the most difficult stage for him. Without the magic cube, It would have been impossible for Lin Ming to make it through those difficult times. And the reason the magic cube had entered the Sky Spill continent was exactly because Mo Eversnow had burnt away her life to activate it, even shattering the space barrier between the divine realm and the lower realms. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow, without each other, their lives had been destined to remain dim and dire, until they one day faded away into obscurity. But because their paths crossed, because they met each other, their lives began to bloom together, shining in everlasting glory. Congratulations, Senior Apprentice Sister. You have now fused together with Senior Heavenly Empress Shenqing as one, and you can now communicate with the Primal God realm. The Primal God race is the most outstanding race in this universe, able to practice all cultivation laws. Senior Apprentice Sister's future achievements will surely be limitless, and with Heavenly Empress Xuanqing's foundation, stepping onto the peak of all martial arts is not impossible. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,